So, we usually do the question before the recap, right?
I believe
Something like that.
I don't think it matters.
In this case, it probably not, but we'll start with the question.
Gotcha.
All right, so session 72. I'm gonna channel my inner Tommy Wiseau for this one. How's your love life?
Oh, hi, Mark. Currently non-existent.
Valid answer.
Last thing listed in the chat is that we're at year 3, quarter 3.
Mm-hmm.
So I imagine they're still,
I mean, Tactical has his wife
Catching
back.
up after-
I'm sure it's animal style every night.
after
So that's
year
why Freya
apart.
lives elsewhere.
Maybe that first year. Maybe that first year.
Just play Bloodhound Gang in the background. Call it good. Make Freya a brother.
Who's got time for a love life when there's literally a mountain of work to do?
Nolgrim looks side-eyed.
But
Trying to imagine. I think Nolgrim's is. It's not like a serious relationship. I don't see Durgar necessarily having that sort of attachment in general, and so.
Turns out they're super clingy.
So I think a fair, frequent.
Yeah,
booty
I was
call
about
and
to
friends
joke with you
benefits
when you
sort
said,
of thing.
I don't think it's a serious relationship. I was about to say, does she know that?
Yeah,
Sorry.
I guess it does depend on Ignis's personality, but again, with a Durgar mindset, I didn't think there was so much love in their life.
That's why I'm asking you. You're stepping into the DM role and telling me how it's going.
Yeah.
on. It's fair.
I think it's, just, trying to think of how to describe it in a safe for work way. Basically just, what was it? Fair.
Yeah, we're well beyond safe for work here.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
Just effectively friends with benefits, but a little bit more like rougher because
Torture devices?
To borrow a term from Fight Club, sport fucking?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, when it first initiated, you basically said you threw a punch at me and then we went at it. So I imagine that just kind of set the pace. So, yeah.
All right. And Freya's currently married to her job.
they're very rotund boulders right next to each other, Fergus. So, it's getting them real hot and heavy. That looks like a Richard profile picture.
Not the flame shirts or spiky hair.
Or was it Steven dog?
Steven. Yeah, that one was there too.
That just leaves Thrum.
That's always your profile picture in my head.
It's in the past.
For now. Just looking for the next ex-wife.
So currently nothing? Not on the hunt? Not looking? Closing show fall?
He's decided it's not worth the trouble.
Just putting more focus on staying stoned.
The fact that he can't get it out of his bodysuit has a little bit to do with it, but the meditation has been working wonders for Thrum.
Plus these graham crackers have amazing side effects. Always one of my most amazing historical fun facts about graham crackers.
What?
Graham crackers were originally invented to reduce libido.
Yeah.
I thought that was cornflakes.
It was both.
It was both. By the same guy, actually. And he also invented circumcision in America. He got busy trying to make sure that people
Dude
didn't fuck.
was straight up.
I feel like it was a fetish, but he just didn't want to admit it.
I do
he's
wonder
one
what
of
his
those,
personal life
religious
was like.
sects that thought pleasure was satanic.
Yeah. No, he was insane.
What do I not need to eat again? Cornflakes and
No,
graham crackers?
those they're totally fine. They didn't work because the dude didn't understand how science worked.
He just thought if there was food was bland enough, it would
Mhm.
curb your libido. Apparently.
Yeah.
Well, I need to add that to mellow yellow because, yellow number 5 shrinks your TT.
All right.
Whole host of items I can't have.
So, who wants to give the recap?
Well, I lost the wrong episode, so it'll have to be one of the other people who watched it.
Apart from initial kingdom building stuff, we wandered into Caliburb's lair, I guess we'll say. Found a very, definitely the sort of crazy wizard, at least the start of a crazy wizard stronghold. Very hesitant to explore it. Nolgrim fell through the floor and saw shards of his past. But at that point, they realized, we'll save this for another time, and left. We brought in, was it 2 new houses?
Shaleblue and Forged Sworn.
Yep, and gave them their Jarldoms. One of them did find that mithril mine, and we're now running into some issues with troglodyte civilization being in the area.
I think that was in the Forged Sworn area, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you guys should be on the overworld map here. So yeah, you found the Animantine Vein and Forged Sworn over here, which are establishing that territory, are dealing with troglodyte issues.
We visited or are in the process of negotiating trade routes with Corsiconia. I'm not sure if that's been resolved yet, or if
it hasn't been resolved yet. I know.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I can't really think of anything else specific. I think the rest were largely just working on improving our governance.
Racking my brain, I do believe you guys did get a conclusive answer that the Dwarven souls within the Black Iron Army are not intact, but they are like, what's the word I use? I'm blanking on it.
They're like shattered, fragmented.
Yeah. They are not people, but they are still suffering.
Yeah.
They're like,
I feel like we just need a soul jigsaw puzzle and we can put them back together.
Yeah, so we're kind of left with this choice of, do we just continue research, see if we could free them safely, or do we just destroy it? Or do we keep it?
Yeah, because you guys already know the process to destroy them. Fergus found that when you were fighting Vendra.
Yeah, it's just a matter of industrializing, I think you said.
Yeah, when it comes down to it, it would just be a matter of dumping actions in. You wouldn't be doing any rolls for it. All right. So
Don't think we got around to telling the Ancestor Temple about it.
No, not your discovery. Everyone knows about the Black Iron Army and the temples now.
Yeah,
but
that part.
So, I do have some role play stuff that I have planned out, but why don't we quickly do year 3, season 3's just like top-down kingdom actions real quick. I believe Fergus is still out of town negotiating with Corsiconia.
I believe so. That's, I think, where we left off.
Where we left off. I'll have a scene for that one, but we can do the dice rolls of the actual contract negotiation because they want it. It's just a matter of getting favorable terms for you.
We'll get those Spaniards.
I would say when we sent out the letters to Corsiconia for trade meetup, I did tell you that I sent out letters to what's his name, Iago, and one of the letters was basically Fergus would have had Iago personally deliver a letter to his former fiance. I just wanted to elaborate that he would tell her that he became king and that it's her choice to basically, if she wants to come be part of his life again, she can. But he does warn her that if she does this, there's a good chance that she's going to get involved with not only politics but danger. Right. Basically laying out everything, but basically making it her choice. I just want to elaborate on that so we don't forget about it later on.
Yep, sounds good. All right, so let me. Why don't you go ahead and start assembling the dice pool for the contract negotiations there?
While everyone else is doing that stuff, I'll try to remember how to do the dice pool thing.
Yeah, it's one officer, one attribute, and then as many distinctions and assets as you think could reasonably be lumped in.
You're going to go do other people first, or am I just doing this now?
It's up to anyone else has anything to say. I'm not going to.
Oh, I know what I'm going to do.
All right.
I am going to try to open up discussions with Clan Forgesworn to get some sort of endowment for my College of Runeworks from them.
Oh, okay. That's what. Okay, yeah, now I remember now. I was trying to figure out where the last of the budget was coming in, and then you mentioned the College of Runeworks. I'm like, oh, that's what it was. Thank you. Okay, so that should. Hold on, let me just double check my count. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense now. Yeah, absolutely. So let's see. I would say this is probably going to be influence. You can't use the Clan Forgesworn distinction because you're the ones negotiating with them.
Yep.
Anything else that you want to make an argument for them?
The only other thing I would say, offering up in negotiations, is I would mention that, and you can tell me if this affects the role at all, but I would mention that, of course, giants from the sky have staked a claim on some land that is traditionally belonged to our ancestors before their exodus, and that a contribution from them could help spearhead advancements in making weapons to force the giants into accepting dwarven existence at the peaks.
That's a very strong negotiating point with the Forgesworn zeitgeist. So I will reduce the difficulty of what this test is going to be for you in response to that.
All right. So that is Runework is a D6. Influence is a D6.
And don't forget to include yourself, which is a D10.
10. Population, economic, political. Assets, forge. None of these are really going to come in because it's just kind of a straight negotiation.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think it'll just be 2d6 plus 1d10.
All right. So you'll roll those and pick the two highest, which will be an 11. Ooh, that's very good because this is going to be a 2d6, just flat. All so right. Unless I roll double sixes, straight boxcars, which I do not. I did not get a low roll, but yeah. Over the course of the season, your ongoing negotiations with Forgesworn are going very well. They are very much interested in getting a stake into the College of Runeworks. based on what we were talking about with the Cumulus Imperium, those giants. So is your hope to increase the die size for the College of Runeworks, or do you want them to burden some of the economic responsibility and lowering its budget cost? You can have either option.
Okay. What is the budget cost right now?
2.
Let's increase the die, I guess, then.
All right.
Bigger's always better.
It is now D8. Invigorated by the influx of new war artificers and scholars, the College of Runework has taken a slightly more militaristic bent, but it is burgeoning. All right.
Could we do a quick just roleplay scene with, or can I do a quick roleplay scene with Taskill just to cover a topic that I realized was good and for the recording? Mm-hmm. So Nolgrim will approach Taskill and say, I've been thinking of the rivalries that's been going on within the various temples, and how difficult I imagine it is to navigate that. But one of the things I'd recall hearing is the Temple of the Ancestors is wanting judicial rights again, or judicial control again. But the other temples aren't, or the Longbeards aren't so ready to give that up. Is that correct?
That is the good summation of it, yes.
Basically, wonder if we could
return to the old tradition, but we've got 4 or 5 generations of dwarves, which this is the tradition.
Maybe we split the difference. I was thinking the Longbeards can maintain control of the civil courts, since it is the living that benefit from the decisions of the day-to-day, but the ancestors could take over the criminal courts. Just something to consider.
It's an idea.
That's really all I had, but just want to put that idea in your head.
Yeah, I think my current claim was, or my idea was to maybe have a split difference, but actually turning it into 2 different judicial systems would be interesting. But then we get to how do you classify the case, and there's a whole new angle for bickering.
We need another branch of government.
Problem is, the church is the third branch.
If it's an issue that deals with bureaucracy, sounds more civil, or just led to criminal, more violent crimes. I don't know.
I think we're going to need to take a session to go ahead and record the laws.
Well, I just remember that being
going to need a codex, some zoning.
Thou shalt not water down thy beer.
I'm just trying to find ways that we could potentially reduce the stress that comes about all the politicking that the religious side is having to do.
I mean, if the stress was going to come from anywhere, we all knew it was going to be from the religious side.
Mm-hmm. All right. I was wondering if we could send Ivy on a spying mission on the troglodytes, see if she could get an idea of what their society is like, and potential weak spots, because I think we're probably on the verge of going to war with them.
Sure.
What does everybody else think?
Sounds good to me.
And what I'm
on the verge of going to war with who?
The troglodytes.
Oh yeah, probably.
Is figuring out how to fortify these tunnels. Like where would be good choke points to put in fortifications.
I think I think this first part I want to put more focus on what their leadership is like, and potentially seek any weaknesses in, like, are they a properly trained army, or are they just a bunch of undisciplined combatants going to war, like classic old simple warriors.
Probably tribal warriors, but
Yeah,
intel is important.
Probably an influence, I would say. There's an argument
Okay.
for might, but I imagine that you want to use influence since it's better.
Yeah. So 1d6 for Ivy, 1d6 for influence. Not sure if we have any other. Which clans were they attacking? The Forge Sworn?
The Forge Sworn. So yeah, you could argue that Clan Forge Sworn is a distinction that you could call in. You also do have an Adventurers Guild.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, that would be good.
Loop those psychopaths in.
Yeah, for sure.
Just hear one of them yelling 360s. They do a spin to slice off.
I feel like any intelligence operation you bring adventurers in on, it increases chance of success, but also the body count proportionally.
Right.
We know what we do when we hire them.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. There we go. So 8 with a 1d8 kicker.
All right. Luckily for you, they are very dumb and not good at security, so it's 2d4. All right. I will have the intel at the end of the season after everyone else's actions for you.
Sounds good. For Nolgrim's action, I was wondering, because I already have partially.
According to my thing, it looks like the two things up in the air where you were already starting to try to set up the nightly order.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't write down what units you were training, but it did say that you were training some units.
The Hammer Elite.
Gotcha. Right.
So I was wondering, because as I recall, when I train them, I get to basically choose. Once I succeed, I could choose any number of units from that class or from that category that I'm training. So.
Yeah, I think I'm actually was going to soft retcon that because I was realizing that would let you use like a very high like industry, which would be used for assembling catapults, but then you could cheese that into then being able to train sorcerers. So I'm just gonna say choose one unit type at a time.
Well, yeah, I know unit type. I was just kind of curious if because I was already planning gain 1 to fill that roster, but I was also wondering if in the process I could convert one of the Dwarven Defenders into a Hammer Elite, so I get 2 units if I am successful in that training. But lose one in the process. I'm cool either way.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it's gonna be like a disband and retrain type thing.
Okay.
But the good news is, according to my notes here, you've already made progress. So rather than a 2d8, you're at a 2d6 to train them.
Yep. Okay, so I think I'll go that route. Okay.
This would be might.
All right. No problem. So 1d8 for Nolgrim, 1d4 for might. Military Academy, which is 6. Trying to think of what else would apply.
While you're thinking, can I ask a question really quick?
Yeah.
Do you remember at all if I ever sent out something to go talk to what's his name? That gnome that was at that secret, gnomish scholar we met.
Right. I think you were talking about sending something out. I don't think you've done it yet.
Okay, then I'll just put that on my list.
Gotcha. Hammer Elites are fairly heavily armed. There's an argument for the Forge Fane.
Okay. Yeah, I'd like that if that's possible. And I think that'll be good.
All right. So since this is an extended one, choose the 2 that you wish to add together. to meet or beat what I roll, and then choose a third die, which is how effective it is based upon the die size.
So I'll go the 5 and 4, and then use the 1d8 as the
all right.
amplifier.
So if I roll lower than 9, you'll have your hammer elites. I rolled a 4.
All right.
Just put that in the chat so I remember for later.
Yep.
All right. Hammer leads 100 units. So, all right.
Yep. So you are at 6 units in your armor total. So that is 2 budget for their upkeep. All right. Who's on the deck?
Did that increase the budget?
It did not. It's the same as it was before. I was just because remember it's every 4 units or it's 4 units. You get a budget of 1, and then the next I'm trying to think of the right word for it, but if you have 5, then it's a budget of 2. But then if you have 8, it's also still a budget of 2. So because it's based upon your might die size.
Okay. So let me see how many units do I currently have. 3.
Which reminds me, I did have one more handout to give you. Which was mercenaries.
Okay.
Because they're expensive, but they're quicker to recruit.
Okay. That'd be my turn.
All right. So, is Richard ready to roll, or are we going to get what Thrama and Taskell are doing first?
I mean, I can. I just wanted to. I'm trying to determine what I should add to it. Is all.
Yeah, people feel free to add their voices in. You can meta talk on.
Yeah, because obviously my die is probably going to be the influence for politicking. If we're talking trying to set up a trade thing, could I use the Forged Fane since we're starting up production of stuff again? And that's gonna, influence our trade. I don't know. I'm trying to think of anything because right now I only have those 2.
Yeah, it's like
a stockpile, a trade stockpile.
Yeah, you could use one of the trade stockpile temporary ones. You got 3 of those.
Yeah.
Use them or lose them, man.
Like demo products. And yeah, Forge Fanes would be a showing it off since you're there in person.
Well, yeah, basically just saying hey, even if you haven't been around since Dammerhall has been back in its prime. If it's quality goods, they probably still have some stuff that was crafted by Dwarven craftsmen, even back then, if it was high enough quality.
Yeah, I mean, as long as Freya could still do all her stuff, she would go with you.
What does Heart of the Mountain represent again?
That is the literal magical molten core at the side of the mountain that powers all the forges in Dammerhall without needing coal or things like that.
Got it.
So I am going to reduce the trade stockpile by 1 then also.
All right.
So I'll go ahead and roll.
And as far as what keeps that lit, is it just God?
It's essentially the mountain spirit itself.
It's my love language.
So I rolled 2 8s on there, so I'll probably use those for my result number.
All right. That would leave a D6 and a D8. Okay. So all pretty good here. Let me roll up for them. So it's a D6. Duke. They have a slightly different die pool here. All right. All right. Their highest is 11. And you put 2 8s together for
16.
16. All right. So That means, using the other 2 dice here, you have a choice. Is that you can, for this trade deal, you can have it either it'll create an asset. So that asset can either be a D6 for 8 seasons before you need to renegotiate, or a D8 for 6 seasons until you need to renegotiate.
Okay. I think I'm going to go with the longer contract right now. Where it's lower die, but longer terms.
All right.
Really lock them in there for a little while.
We're in that goodwill that, we're in this for the long haul.
Yeah. Then, since we have so much other shit we have to take care of, that way I don't have to renegotiate earlier, kind of thing.
There.
Yep. This one. And boom, there it is. I know that makes it sound like you're trading humans, but you know what I mean.
Human trafficking?
And you could say Corsicana trade deal.
Yeah, but it's such a longer word.
You could just cut straight to the chase and call it human trafficking.
All right.
And
just
with
leaves...
that, on to Thrum.
On to Thrum.
Can I steal part of your idea and set up TSA checkpoints in the tunnels?
And if you
genuinely might not be a bad idea to set up some sort of checkpoint going in and out of the areas that we know we want adventurers going into and recovering artifacts from, to make sure that only people that we're licensing are going in and out.
Yeah, I was thinking, and I'll delete these, but I was thinking, like, for real, you don't want...
Like toll stations in medieval towns.
Yeah, but also places where if one clan is getting attacked by the troglodytes, the other clans can come and we've got an immediate choke point, like Kenneth said, to back them up, and they can fall back to that point. We can,
or at the very least, just have them as like alert stations. Like, hey, when we see shit happening, we can send a runner to alert the next station, and by the time they get there, they're tired.
Frontier
the next station can keep
absolutely,
yeah,
absolutely, and they don't even have to be that heavily guarded during normal times. But as soon as something goes wrong, we've got the ability to drop gates, put up barricades or whatever we need to for
it's a frontier fortress, but since it's all tunnels, it's basically.
Yeah.
I would like to also
could monitor stuff like that.
If we're building these sort of watch stations, so to speak, it might not be a bad idea to put a small one outside of Calibur's domain, just so we could keep an eye on that.
I mean, he's in the middle of a city. There's lots of eyes on it.
Fair, but I think it, yeah.
Just put out a fence around it that says "Enter at your own risk."
Right.
I like
caution, wizard at work.
We've all just decided, Caliber defeated the boss. He just doesn't have to pay rent or anything.
Oh man, he's cool.
Oh no! Every time he shows up, I'm gonna demand that rent.
No, man.
Just to keep him in check.
Cool. He may act weird, man, but you got to get to know him.
He seems cool and everything, but he still has to pay his dues.
So, let me ask you: is the primary concern here fortification, collecting tolls, or exchanging messages? Because I mean, ideally, you probably want
I'm not
all these to be fortresses, but that's not going to be done within one season. So
no, what I want are defendable locations as far as monitoring entry exit. If we have a criminal on the loose, it's a good spot for where TSA is always set up. If there's a fire in a section, you can run to that area because TSA is always set up there. If there's a flood, you can run to that section and TSA can sandbag it there. I'm being overly dramatic, but just an always, that this is always a guard station type thing.
Basically, the National Guard.
Yeah, this is always a police headquarters, National Guard, checkpoint.
What I was thinking,
someone there can always run to another location. Sorry, Ken.
What I was thinking was these blue ones, like Shale Brew and Forge Swarm, build up their own at those tunnels, but then maybe I'd build this third one.
Yeah, because they have some of their own internal military force. They're trying to help peacekeep these lands as best they can, and you can absolutely do your thing in addition to that. I'm not saying otherwise, but
yeah, I don't want them to be in control of who comes into their territories and out of their territories, because then we could, have a segregation or
passage.
No, what's it called when they split? Civil War, when they try and split from the group.
That's always
it's a feudal system either way. Yeah. But given it's also the king's territory, we can just say the dwarves have right of passage through them. But
yeah, because like Forgesworn, you got to go through Forgesworn to get to whatever this tunnel is back here, so they can't be blocking off Shell Brew from walking through.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
If you're not, so long as you're not charging tolls, this won't cause political waves. Yeah, I'll tell you that.
I would assume that there's some sort of default ban on them just being like, this is our own little micro state.
Yeah. Yeah, we got to push that.
More than normal feudalism anyway.
Well, yeah, but they at least have to be able to move through each other. Come on.
All right.
And it's mostly in response to, either the Trogs are in this area or they're coming from this ways.
Yeah. So definitely set up. We've got the front gate and all that, but these are more just internal TSA checkpoints for making sure everything's going smoothly and that you don't have anything in your shoes.
Especially not your feet.
Also, your keys. We're going to need to x-ray your keys.
All right, I will say for establishing these are probably going to be more of a might thing because it's the Underdark. It's still dangerous, so it's going to take manpower to subdue the natural dangers.
Okay. All right, so Thrum plus might. God, it's been so long since we played Roll20. I don't remember how to type up rolls.
Square brackets to make it a small roll like that. Slash roll to just do what Freya did.
24.
I would say dwarven population can work here because it's stonework and it's building, underground.
Could the Hearthstone Military Academy be used to kind of help design the fortifications and from
it sounds more like
engineering?
Maybe it depends. How much does Runework College and Hearthstone butt heads over this kind of thing? This is not me saying no. I'm just trying to facilitate role play opportunities within the internal politics.
Yeah.
So what is it you're trying to do?
Build basically guard checkpoints. Little fortifications along the tunnels.
Yeah, they wouldn't fight you. They wouldn't fight you on that.
But the talk is designing them.
We've got other things we're focusing on right now, so we wouldn't. That doesn't really feel like it's stepping on our toes at all.
Yes. All right, yeah. Then you can use Hearthstone MA as Cope likes to remind me. The Roman military also had engineers.
Okay.
Yeah, I imagine in a season we can get a wall up and maybe start building place for people stationed there to actually have some comfort.
Oh, that's a really bad roll. 2, 3, 3, 3.
Or maybe not.
Maybe not.
6.
Let's see.
We shouldn't have used those Hearthstone guys.
Isn't there some famous Roman story about them building a wall in like 12 hours or something?
Oh, good.
6 versus
9. Yeah. Construction is ongoing, as well as having to pacify the local megafauna. So,
cave elephants.
God damn it! Who let the cave moose in here? So we were doing really well until the monkeys arrived.
Cave moose! It's canon now. It's a thing. Cave moose. CR12.
Does that mean that the Sunless Sea has cave orcas, the only known predator of moose.
Maybe.
Oh God,
if there are cave orcas in one of these passages, they can just keep it. Okay, we're not.
Yeah. That's its own checkpoint.
Now we know why Thrum kept calling them porcas. He's mispronouncing porcas.
Oh no!
I've been telling you.
Oh man!
Notice how we don't call them awakened cave orcas? It's just because they're that smart.
I have been sitting on that joke forever to create some random Underdark animal and put it in the initiative as Porca, and have Thrum just be all like, "Yeah, it's a Porca," and all the hunters and NPCs are like, "Yeah, that actually is a Porca."
One day.
It's gonna be some giant Leviathan creature.
It's gonna be his second wife.
Or just a changeling. All right, so construction is ongoing for that. I will write down on my sheet. All right. Taskell.
Been trying to think of what to do. Shifted from wanting to fortify the caves after it was brought up that we still need to deal with the long beards versus ghost beards dilemma. And bringing that focus back to the temples, it's like, well, the ancestor temple should probably get the next upgrade first, since they got the first upgrade last.
Mm-hmm.
Then that starts to feel like triple dipping, because either resolve the council thing, build up the temple, and then while building up the temple, we kind of need to know how to lay it out.
Remember, for any of you guys, if you're ever at a loss of what to do, you can just make a pitch on how you're using actions to reduce one of the stresses you have got going on up here.
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out what Kenneth just said.
He's currently caught in the Ouroboros of political intrigue, of how if you do anything, someone's going to be jilted.
The double dip, and now
somebody. Here's what you do: you put all the leaders in a room together, and you tell them, okay, you can vote for one of the other temples that is not your own, and whoever gets the most votes is the one that gets upgraded first.
And then we're going to cut it in half.
And then that puts it on you.
Then they all just point to each other, and it's a tie instantly.
And that's why you tell them, if you get a tie, I get to decide, and you cannot argue this.
And everyone who gets a tie loses a finger.
Now shut up, or I'm turning this mountain around, and we're going home.
Everyone missing a finger pays the missing finger tax.
Dude.
God, that would be a big tax in Dwarven society.
If you actually wanted me to roll for sorting that out, other than like a character roll, I can only... Part of the humming has been trying to think of any other dice to add other than my own and the Ancestor Temple, which is probably not even applicable because I'm resolving an issue they have with themselves.
Also, a rule that you guys haven't used very often, but you're welcome to, is stressing out. It's where you intentionally increase one of the stress die sizes, but then you can add that die to your pool. So, for example, political stress would become a D8, but then you can add a free D8 to the pool because you're pushing your luck.
I think that might be the narrative move for Taskell.
Mm-hmm.
Or you can do civic and bring it to the people.
I would throw this.
That always ends well.
I know you're going to use probably the influence die, I imagine, for this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that'd be a good one.
Because you have to use one of the attributes anyway, so that's probably the one to use.
If you can figure out who the naysayers are in the individual temples, you could pick them out for human trafficking and therefore use the human trafficking asset.
God, Cope wants to run an evil empire so bad.
I kind of feel like that's what we've created, and that's Thrum's character, so yes, I do.
That might actually, well, not Thrum's thing, but civic stress might actually be a good thing to do. Series of referendums on how to do this, because like I brought up with the little short Nolgrim proposing his thing is it's even with as long as dwarven generations are, it's still 4 to 5, maybe even 6 generations for which the dead haven't been ruling.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I'm gonna mark that down.
All right. So you're gonna stress out civic.
Yep, so that'd be a D6. Probably can't count on just having the clans count as dice for just having their input, but
might be able to get historic capital in there.
Yeah.
Sometimes clans could. None of these 3 are particularly famous for being more religious than a normal dwarf. Clan Embermane is famous for being political meddlers, so you probably could get a D6 from that, but then you're opening the door to that for church matters, so it's up to you.
I'm trying to get the paladins or the undead hunters pretty soon, guys. So I'm sure they'll be religious.
I think those 4 will probably do it.
And just to clear, you're trying to upgrade the Ancestor Temple?
I'm trying to get this.
You're trying to resolve the
courts.
And you're doing. Are you just trying to say deal with the Longbeards calling the shot, or are you trying to do the split court thing like Loki was talking about?
Kind of want to get a feel for what the people are saying on it, or have in their ideas. Because my idea, remember, was being able to pick the council that would decide on the case, either all ghost, all grandpas, or a combo of 2. And then Loki's brought in this civil and criminal matters idea. And of course, I'm sure there's factions in the Ancestor Temple that go either direction as well. So I just kind of want to get a feel for what's going on, and if that can be resolved, what would be the most desired outcome? And
I think
that.
Purely out of character, I'm going to say this is one of those things where you as a player get to decide, and then the dice will dictate the narrative of popular opinion, is in my opinion.
Yeah, well, like I said, my idea was to choose the judge council idea.
So let's go with that one then. I was just asking because I use this stuff to determine what the difficulty is going to be. So,
yeah, 15.
All right. Very high chance of succeeding this.
Influence being D6 kicker. So.
All right. So it's going to be 2d8 and d6 for political stress. So that's an 11, and you got 15. And it's a d8. So the ongoing restructuring of the courts and the laws and the tradition is extremely intense negotiations. You've brought it to the court of public opinion. It's hotly discussed in taverns and pubs all over Dammerhall. It is ongoing. It is a 2d4 difficulty thing next season now.
I imagine at some point they get the opens office door and buried in letters thing.
Yeah. Oh man, there's a lot of letters nailed to my door.
My door now has padded on.
Man, this guy really wants to be able to divorce women.
Why does this look like Thrum's handwriting?
I feel like you're definitely getting a nice cross section of all the drama that's going on in the nation.
Yep. All right. So now that we resolve those actions, I have a few role play things for each of you. First up, not just Nolgrim, but I guess everyone on the Council of Idiots. Because that is the official title that Fergus gave the ruling council, and he's never corrected himself. So,
Oh my God,
until he says
that.
until he says otherwise, you are officially known as the Council of Idiots.
I feel like he doesn't even know he called it that, and it's official at this point. He's just like called it that one time, and someone's like, "Write that down," and he just never thought about it.
I just love the fact that for a quarter of the year, Fergus has been gone. More than like a half a year, but still. And every time they meet, like once a week, there's some guard that bangs his spear on the ground. The Council of Idiots is now in session, and everyone's like, "Oh, fuck."
And he can't change it until he gets back either.
Yeah. Ivy's agents from the Adventuring Guild has gotten back about the troglodyte situation. They are by no means like a fortified kingdom. They're more like displaced savage tribespeople, loincloths and clubs mostly. They are desperate and starving, and by all accounts, they are eyeing the newly created town of Port Everseem. I shall show it on the map here. That Forsworn has set up. That is likely to come to a head next season. However, Ivy's intelligence gathering has shown that they are fleeing something that was up north. So it's like something's pushing them down.
Is north
Could be a season
up on our screen?
Yeah, up on your screen effectively. It's not worth me trying to figure out what would be cardinal north one way or another. So
yeah, could just be a season, considering we found abandoned troglodyte encampments in this cave.
Oh, I thought it was in the
Forsworn. They're causing a problem for Forsworn here.
Okay,
now.
But there.
Quick
Is
question.
there another?
Do the troglodytes speak common?
No, they speak troglodyte.
Okay.
That's not a joke. I have a character sheet. They
Okay.
just
No, I know that was a legit question. I figured that was a legit answer. Okay.
Don't we have a helmet of languages?
No, let's just understand the language.
Well, I mean, if someone can speak with language, we can just capture one of them and question of them what they're running from, so we can find that out.
But the big issue that you're running into there that you guys have to think about is that is likely to come to ahead before Fergus is able to return and take assess of the situation.
So
did you mean they were fleeing north from something south of them?
No,
They're
it's like they
south from something.
Yeah, they're heading south from something north.
So
so there's a world up here.
Yeah, lots of unexplored territory still.
I guess my other question was: is there a cave leading out of this?
Yeah, sorry. It's hard to appear on a map, but there is a tunnel right there.
Okay.
In addition to the one there. And there's one there.
That's more likely where the tribes are coming in.
Well, it's been too long since we've had a good battle.
So then the question is, do we want to station our forces at that stronghold and basically just let them slam against our defenses while whoever's chasing them attacks them from the rear, if that's the sort of thing? Or do we want to try to vassal them, offer them support in a stronghold outside of our domain? No one goes so far as support. Basically, see if we could use them to, or rally them to fight whatever is chasing them. Because if it's a drow army, it might be good to have the extra
in front of our forces.
Exactly.
Ivy's at this table says, I mean, I don't think it's a Drow army. Drow take slaves. They don't let people run away from them.
So it could just be a rival tribe of troglodytes, or even something else.
Maybe that's something Ivy could look into next this upcoming season.
Wasn't the next coming season when you're gonna have to deal with them before this next coming season?
Well, so Ivy could still figure out what's chasing them while I guide the military to run either a defensive campaign or offensive campaign.
Never go further afield.
Well, the question is, do we want to just destroy them and then destroy what's coming behind them, like Milgram's first plan, or try and
use them,
figure out a way to use them, to communicate with them, to convince them to fight back? Yeah, it sounds like a whole lot of talking. I think the first one's the easiest.
Yeah.
It is your call, but if somebody wants to try to run the diplomatic arm of this, see if we can to try the carrot before we bring the hammer.
Luckily for us, Fergus isn't here to make us do that kind of talky stuff that never works. So
it's true.
Let's bring the hammer.
So is Fergus not going to be away for another season, or has that been resolved at during this upcoming season?
I'll be getting into that when we pop over to Fergus here in a second.
Okay.
But it's one of those things where gameplay meets narrative, where some course of action is going to be needed to decided before he gets back, because he's not obviously returning literally exactly 1/4 of the way.
Yeah.
Okay. It'll be, it might be one of those things where he gets back just like 2 weeks after everyone's marched out, and he's like, "What the fuck is going on?"
Or you guys are marching as I'm arriving, so I don't have time to really participate, kind of thing.
As it stands, these creatures are already plotting according to what Ivy's gathered to attack our town down there.
Right, because they see no other option. What if we send... Of course, I'll be preparing our army to march against them, but I still think it could be beneficial if we try to send somebody to garner the information of what they're running from and see if we want to... I wouldn't go so far as to ally, but to aid in, pushing back whoever's coming our way anyways.
If only to spare the lives of our forces, yes, trade would be better.
Are troglodytes known for communicating with other races at all? This is like an out-of-character thing. I don't really know much about troglodytes.
I just remember they stink.
The way I see it, they're starving, they're desperate. If there's any opportunity for them to, they're either way, they're fighting to the death. So the question is, do we want to help them get vengeance and potentially have, I won't say, like I said, not ally, but aid?
I mean, anyone who wants me to can give me, because I just opened up the wiki, can give me a history check real quick about troglodytes. Okay. Ironically, Thrum, who would logically have the most experience, has the least. He probably knows this part that I'm just going to say that I thought was funny from the wiki here. Troglodytes, often referred to as stink meat by Drugar, are cave-dwelling reptilian humanoids with a barbaric culture centered around food and scent. Troglodytes take sadistic pleasure in mercilessly killing weaker sentient beings before dragging them back to their lairs to be eaten. Constantly warring, since the world is full of creatures seeking to kill them. So negotiations are possible, but that's the kind of people you're dealing with.
Yeah.
That was my initial thought.
They are the barbarians from civilization.
It's a culture that only respects strength, if that.
I would say we offer them food in exchange for a treaty and see if we can't convince them to, instead of pushing towards our people, that they join us in pushing back whatever's pushing them towards us.
I say if they get close enough to smell, we offer them a hammer in the face and show the whole Underdark that we're not here to be plotted against.
As much as I would prefer a diplomatic route, I think Thrum's probably correct on that, but a well-armed diplomatic overture would probably be best.
I mean, the army's going to be there either way. It's just a matter of do we want to give the chance for treaty or do we just want to steamroll as best we can?
We can say halt before they get to our walls, and if they don't stop, we kill them.
But keep in mind, we do that, then our troops might be injured to some degree while whoever's chasing them will be coming right behind. At least if we have the chance of having a temporary alliance with them, I don't care what happens to them if they dash themselves on.
What type of force are we looking at here, Ivy?
About 1,000.
Well, the 4 of us could just go handle it.
That might be a bit much, but again, I'm trying to put emphasis on what is chasing them. Sure, we could stop them with our might, but that will leave some damage that depends on how far behind whoever's chasing them is, and we don't know what that threat is yet.
No, but we also don't know that it wants to come here. It may just want the land that the troglodytes had.
Right, but also it's good that Ivy is willing to investigate what's behind them.
Yep, I think that's a good idea.
But again, comes down to, do we want to send a diplomatic approach on top of army or not? Because if it could save some of our troops, it could be beneficial, but I won't be able to manage that. So that's for one of you to decide.
Well, I vote we take a vote.
Okay.
Cope's out here just trying to convince me to run a 4-player character versus 1,000.
Right.
I mean, we just gotta find enough people who can cast Spiritual Guardian and just blender the whole force.
From what we know,
they have like 10 hit points.
I think we can get through it.
I like to think that, the second Fergus comes back, we're like, all right, he's here. Let's go. We're about to fight an army of troglodytes. Let's do this.
Okay, hear me out. An Iron Maiden, but instead of like spikes, there's just holes where the spikes would be, and we just put Taskle in there and roll them into the enemy forces.
I feel like the natural 20s would eventually add up.
Yeah.
Can we just dig a big pit, grease up the walls like a rat trap, and just put some like a cow down there, and let it take care of itself?
So
I thought you said put a drow down there. I'm like, oh, okay.
There is another option that's questionable, but I will float it anyway.
Come on, running a kingdom's got to be easier than this.
If we were to use our mechanized army this one time as a show of overwhelming force and then tuck it away, it will give that sense of power that we have, even if we decide to start decommissioning. It will be something that will perhaps give other nations pause in thinking that they could take advantage of a fledgling nation being rebuilt.
That's the smartest thing I've heard today. By the way, where's Freya?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
Damn it.
just mouth agape as they're bringing this idea up. Just like, am I hearing this?
Yeah.
No, I'm just going to put the One Ring on once. It's fine. It's never corrupted anyone before.
That's why I just floated it. If you don't think it's a good idea, you're the one with the headband, though. If you don't want to, I could likewise do so.
I could always wear it,
I could wear it.
I said,
I don't want to make it weird or nothing, but I could take singular.
I did already trade you. I mean, I already did give you a hat in return. You have the forge right now. I mean, it's just we're just trading hats.
You guys just don't want to be bothered with it. I could be the most powerful person.
I mean,
He's willing to share the burden.
But Nolgrim will say that, the only time I would even consider using this is for this initial overwhelming show of force as something to deter whoever's behind them and other nations from just assuming they could try to run roughshod on us.
Can we use that against the Giants?
We're not using it for any of that shit. The one and only time I'm even going to consider using this army again is if that red dragon attacks before we have the chance to build fortifications.
Oh,
well, let's test our fortifications, kill these troglodytes.
No, I'm on with Freya on this one. I know I proposed it, but that was as much to get a feeling of the general consensus, and since she has such vehemence against it, I am in agreement with her.
Meanwhile, while this is going on, Fergus is in Corsiconian settlement being like, man, I missed wine, as he's just sitting down drinking some.
Some big-titted Corsiconian bitch brings him his fucking tankard.
I love humans.
You know what I've missed?
They're clearly defined sexes.
Someone goes to go get Fergus to like attend a meeting at the place, and he's just on top of a roof sunbathing in the sunlight. Just buck naked, like, sun.
This is what your taxes are paying for.
It's good to be king.
All right. So I think we pretty much talked through that. Nolgrim's going to be dictating or guiding the military in place for this upcoming. But if none of you want to,
because technically speaking, if we're just speaking by the traditions of dwarven law here, Nolgrim is discussing this with you guys more out of courtesy and relationship, because legally, in lieu of the king ordering him not to, he, as the war thing, can choose when and where to deploy armed forces.
Yeah.
So he could have literally just marched his troops out there at any fucking time he wanted to.
But if one of you want to attempt entreaties with them, that's for you to decide. But
I'm going back to work. That's for you to figure out, bud.
All right. I'll do what I can.
I think they should all die as far away from here as possible. But if you have to kill them at the wall, that's fine. My team the TSA will help clear their stinky bodies afterward. Or help you fight in defense of the homeland.
But again,
I don't remember out of character if we can stack forces like that.
Your security force just isn't a formal army unit. It's like an abstraction used as dice.
Okay.
So, okay. But if we don't send a diplomatic envoy, I do hope you guys are ready for a quick turnaround on healing up the troops as quickly as we can and potential needs to defend a second assault from whatever's behind them.
Absolutely. That's what dwarves do. We'll protect our homeland at all costs. We've finally retaken it.
But what I'm saying is we are opening ourselves up to vulnerability. But okay.
All right. So, with that, I'm going to pivot to the surface and a little bit back in time into the middle of the trade deal negotiations with Corsiconia. Good old King Fergus. Fergus, you traveled to the neighboring duchy next to Dammerhall and met with the ruling duke there, Duke Edgar, I can say words, Edgar Malero. Fuck it, I write the thing down. Why do I stumble over words?
Words are tricky.
Yep. Where's those nanomachines that can just relay thoughts?
Cope's computer died and he's rebooting.
Oh, convenient that he's not in this.
But well, I'm on the call on my phone, so I'm good.
You were welcomed warmly with all diplomatic grandeur. The Duke is putting on a good show, but he's not going over the top. He's not here to kiss your ass. He's a over middle-aged man. If I was to cast him in a movie, I would say he'd be like Ricardo Montalban. If you're familiar, he played Khan in Star Trek, so you guys can hold that image in your head. Overall, the trade deal negotiation of contracts, it's a arduously slow process, but it's not due to people being. It's definitely different than the dwarven politics you've been dealing with, because it's not people stubbornly like sticking to their guns. It's just lots of minutia squabbling of people trying to wean out the most profit as possible.
Yeah, basically just trying to take that sponge and get as much of that liquid out of it as they can before the thing is done.
Yeah, exactly. But while you're there, you're able to enjoy a few of the benefits of being once again in the surface human world. You joke, but you do get a good deal of red wine.
Mm-hmm.
Near the closing days of the trade deal agreements, you receive a missive from a servant with a invitation from the Duke to join him for a private informal drink and chat in his drinking room.
Yep.
He welcomes you into a nice like study with padded chairs and a fireplace. He stands and welcomes you wearing the casual noble wear of Corsiconia, kind of very Renaissance-y Spain. It's got like that medieval gold chain that he wears around his neck to signify nobility and status. Your Majesty, glad you could see fit to join me this evening. Please, take a seat.
I'd give him my thanks and everything and take a seat.
Yeah.
Normal politeness.
Yes. He has a bottle of red wine. He pours into 2 cups. He lets you choose which cup you want, and then he makes sure that he drinks first. You are familiar enough with Corsicanian culture to know that this is like a symbolic act of good faith, because that's all the
lots
stuff
of backstabbery and
like look at all. I mean, you're a dwarf. You're like super immune to poison. If it did poison it, you
also my axe of Dwarvish Lords I think gives me immunity to poison outright.
Yeah, he doesn't even know that.
Yeah.
But it's a sign of good faith, being like, hey, this is a casual combo.
Just take a sip and enjoy it. You're like, nice vintage.
You and yours have been giving my advisors quite the runaround on the trade deal.
Well, it's been a while since Dwarven trade has been up and running. We want to get started with a good foot.
Of course, be disappointed if we didn't. But I'm sure it'll all work out very soon. Everyone involved is wanting this deal to work.
Indeed, I know the normal Coasticonian trade partners, and I gotta say, as stubborn as us dwarves can be, we generally want our goods to be sold. So we are less likely to hold on to things for dear life, and in terms of we want profit more than anything, I think.
And that is something that any self-respecting noble of Corsiconia could agree on, of course. But I did not ask you to join me this night to talk about the trade deal. I do not wish to be overly forward with you, Your Majesty, but your name was familiar to me when I got the misses for the negotiation.
Huh. I mean, I can't be the only Fergus around.
No, but I do remember a colleague of mine in the neighboring duchy having some unpleasant things to say about a pair of dwarven twin brothers.
Yes. Yeah, my past isn't the best and most glorious moments, but kind of shrugs.
Yeah, he waves it off. Please, I am the middle child of 8 brothers, and yet I am the Duke. Any noble of Corsiconian has a, as you say, unpleasant past. They just pretend that they don't. Sorry, hold on.
Yeah.
That was me, Game Master, having a brain fart for a moment.
Yeah, it's fine. I just withheld saying anything because I was afraid. I mean, it would just be pleasantries and stuff. So no offense to add every time.
Yeah, dude, I love regicide.
I just heard, no, dude, I love regicide in the background.
That sounded like it came from way far away. That was
I know.
perfect in the background.
I feel like he's on the phone call with somebody and just casually bring it up.
That's unrelated.
Yeah.
Typical texting conversation.
Yeah, man. You know what I really feel like doing? Fucking killing a king.
Well, he made it sound like he killed half his brothers. That's what it sounded like to me.
Oh yeah. What I am interested in, Your Majesty, is if perhaps you'd be curious in partaking a little informal negotiation. I so happen to have found myself in a bit of information that you might find interesting for your rule there in the mountain.
Well, I'm not beyond conversation about this. I'm curious to see what information you have.
And I'm curious what prices you're willing to offer.
Does he inform me what the information is, or you gotta let it hold out?
Can I offer a piece of advice out of character?
Sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you gotta make him offer up some proof that he knows a little something first.
Well, that's why I'm like waiting for him to respond, because like right now he's like, he's talking about how it's worth my while, but I have no sense of knowing what it's worth. And I basically just like mayhaps you might tell me what this information might be about that might make it worth my while. I can't exactly offer you something without knowing what it would be for.
Give me a persuasion check real quick. You'll get something. I'm just determining how good it is. Okay. Let's just say it concerns matters of family for you. And though I do not have an expert understanding of dwarven politics, perhaps how secure your throne is.
Can I do an insight check to see if he's like kind of glean to see if he like might actually know what he's talking about, or he's just trying to run me through the ringers? Man, 4 and a 2 today. Good thing these are both some of my best rolls.
This is a guy who is every bit as experienced in politics as you are new to this kind of world. Though you're best of the party, this guy is a
living and breathing it.
Yes. For context, you rolled a 14. I just rolled a flat d20 and got a 20. So it's locked. Like.
Yeah.
I will say though, this is not a threat.
Yeah,
definitely.
So this begs the question: are you looking to sweeten the pot of your duchy or yourself personally?
The trade deal will go through, and it will be profitable for everyone involved, I'm sure. When you get to the stage that I do, you realize that monetary values and things like that, they come and go. They wax and wane. No one lives forever, so long as it works, it's fine. And unlike some of my contemporaries, I have no eye for the throne for king. I am quite sustained where I am. This is not to do with a trade deal. I just know that perhaps, judging by the descriptions of my man, Iago Ortiz, who you traveled with, that you may have found your way into possession of perhaps a few things in your travels. Either from that mountain of yours or a dragon horde that you stumbled across.
Indeed, I have. I have a few different things that I have discovered. Though I do have something I could offer, though just information about family feels, quite frankly, not really worth what I have. And I'm pretty sure I never told anybody I have that ambrosia, so I don't think even Iago knows about that.
No, Iago just probably gave this guy a report, and he's like, yeah, we went to a dragon horde and we took some stuff. And it's kind of dragon horde stuff is synonymous with magical and cool.
Oh, you found the right guy to bargain with on that, Fergus.
I do have something that you might be interested in, though. Just the information you provide, I don't believe it'll just be. It is worth quite substantial more than that. I have a proposition for you, if you would be willing to listen to it.
By all means.
And this is me asking Gombo. Mm-hmm. This is the guy who runs the duchy. That's basically the area right outside of our area, right?
Yeah. You would need to pass through his duchy to get to the other entrance to the Underdark as well.
Yeah. Okay, and just so I don't shit out my mouth, the ambrosia. What does it all do again? I know it increases your lifespan and it makes you healthier.
Yes, for 10 years.
Yeah.
Per sip, and you've got like 7 sips left of her.
Yeah, I took 1 sip myself, so.
Yeah. And removes any penalty of age.
Yep.
Feel like a 20-year-old.
I feel like this guy's gonna give you whatever you want for that.
Yeah. But yeah, I kind of like, I don't tell him exactly what it is, but I just inform him that I have something that could give you a virility you haven't felt since your late teens. Something that could keep you going for quite a long time. And this sounds like Viagra.
Yeah. Comes in a little blue pill form.
Listen, I have these boner pills from Nigeria in a loose envelope.
And I just like, and well, the information is very important to me. I do have plans for the future that, if you would cooperate, which will make things a lot smoother. And I have him go into the nitty gritty. One of Fergus's plans is to expand Dammerhall outside of the gate outside and have like a second city outside of the gates that basically are for people who aren't like dark vision people who can have still have trade with the city but still not be inside of it.
Right.
Not like a tent city, but actually expanding beyond it. I would like your cooperation in convincing those outside of your current area, as well as yourself, that this is a good thing and beneficial to Corsiconia to have more of a dwarven presence in your lands. We do not seek to take your lands. We seek to just utilize our own land as well as travel between without any issues, without having to be harassed for just walking through lands that we do not wish to harm and do not wish to conquer.
I got the feeling we were kind of a ways into the mountains, like right outside our gates. It's still up in.
Yeah, but I'm not like trying to like outside. Like I don't want it to be like flush to the door, but basically the closest adjacent to like even land to build upon. To make like a second trade city outside of the city that we could trade directly to, and they can deliver to like the human lands kind of thing.
He wants to build Dale.
Yeah, pretty much. That's a good idea.
Yeah. And basically just saying that I would like, his cooperation with making that possible without much ado. In addition to, the information he could provide.
Should you get the land for that?
Well, that's kind of what I'm implying without having to say I want this land outside of our area that's technically Corsiconian area, but just enough for a city. So I'm like implying it, but not outright asking for it.
Because he steeples his fingers and ponders for a moment. It's quite a civic-minded request. So, asking a feudal lord to disclose his own land, that's a high price.
It is indeed, but what I am offering is something you will not find literally anywhere else. You would spend an entire lifetime searching for just a simple drop of this.
Which is?
Without, like, he's like, have you heard of ambrosia?
I have.
I have a small amount that I might be able to bequeath to you. And when I say that it can keep you healthy, I mean it. So that is what I'm offering, a sip of ambrosia. Feel like this is more than fair for what I'm offering is what you are offering. And then after you take it, whether you tell people or not, you can lord it over all of your friends that have never even set foot on or never even caught sight of such a thing, and that you yourself have it. Whether you drink it yourself or sell it is all up to you at that point.
And in exchange, you want not just the information I have, but also my advocacy in the King's Court to ensure that you have lands for your project.
Indeed. I wish to be less closed off than the dwarves of the past. I wish to increase trade as well as access to, not trade, but like access to like not culture, but like training, as well as bringing in outside sources to develop not only our techniques but also have our techniques branch off a little bit. Not exactly like reveal like trade secrets, but like a mutual like experience of like apprenticeship kind of thing. Like, you know, some dwarven skills would probably benefit like Corsiconian craftsmanship, as well as some Corsiconian craftsmanship could benefit the dwarven crafters that don't know of the same techniques.
Yeah, I don't think this guy's that civic minded.
Like, I'm not like, but like I'm trying to explain like what I like he's thinking, and like he's trying to word it in ways that like, you know, he's trying to build connections to Corsiconia more than his previous people. And that starts with making it more accessible to the common people of like the surface to meet with dwarves. And what is the best way to do that? And have a city outside of Dammerhall that's like right next to it. But he doesn't want to just be like, okay, well, Corsiconia can build a city here and they have all the rights to it.
I gotta interrupt because that was amazing. Person A got into their holistic, how they're going to help the world and help the people. They got really into their speech about what they're passionate about and loving. Meanwhile, person B was stroking their chin, thinking about the life-giving potion that they're going to get from this.
To be fair, this is all because Fergus wants a place he can go without having to be like, oh, I'm king leaving his territory while I can still go outside. It's partially selfish, too.
Very well, Your Majesty. We have an accord.
Could I have said that I have some of the ambrosia set aside in smaller vials for like a sip, so I don't have to pull out the whole bottle or something?
Sure.
So yeah, I would reach into my hat that I have and pull out a small vial, and I would just hold it. Like, before I hand it off, I would like to exchange this information that you so gratefully have acquired, that you would be willing to part with.
Of course. It is in regards to your brother, Tomas. He has left Corsiconia, but has recently popped into the popular eye, according to my agents, as he has recently married. The clan, as you say, the clan head, I believe is the term amongst your people, Silma Grimpire of Clan Grimpire. And my agent informed me that he has eyes upon your throne, claiming to be the older sibling.
Yeah, I had a feeling this might turn its head, but I'm honestly surprised he went with Grimpire. This is good information.
I wouldn't have come to you if it was poor.
Yeah, he would hand over the sip of ambrosia to him. Hand it to him. He's like, I do hope that this is a promising future for your dukedom as well as our connections. You seem a sensible sort, and honestly, after dealing with the dwarves that I deal with on a daily basis, I could use a touch of sensible.
Indeed.
Meanwhile, I feel like you've sold your life in longaning juice for basically pennies.
Yeah.
I
still have 6 more sips of it.
Future business, Your Majesty.
Yeah, no, he did it smart. He only gave 1 sip.
And this also, like, you have to imagine, like, this guy knows that I have some shit. So if he has better offers, he knows that he can come to me. This also opens up a connection.
Yeah, you're this guy's fucking dealer.
Yes.
You're his life
dealer. He comes back 10 years later. Man, I'm feeling so old. I could really use another sip, man. Because he's gonna feel like a 20-year-old. He's like 60 right now.
Well,
so by the time it wears off, he's gonna want more.
I don't even know that he's gonna drink it. Imagine if you can just offer some old fucking noble, who's about to die 10 more years of their life.
Or offer it to the king. He'd probably become his most trusted confidant after that. Still, that means he knows where he can get more.
That don't got shit to do with us.
Yeah. But it's good because I was actually going to think about trying to contact the Grimpire clan next, so that rules them out.
Yep.
Honestly, I'm thinking of contacting Helmengard again, which are the paladins. So,
what's the Grimpire known for?
They're undead hunters. I know. Yeah. I honestly thought he was going to go with. I had a feeling this was going to happen. Like, this is what he's going to inform you later. But I honestly thought that he was going to go for Cinterax, which is like the old school traditionalist barbarians.
Yeah, ultra old school. We're talking like we make our arrowheads out of obsidian, son.
Yeah. We are the dwarven Amish.
Yeah, exactly.
I got family aggroed. What was your brother up to? I missed that part.
He married the leader of Clan Grimpire.
Well, I don't give a fuck. You didn't do shit to get this kingdom back, bro.
Are those the paladins or the undead hunters?
The undead hunters.
Gotcha.
Granted, Fergus did just kind of complain and whine and moan the whole time, but he went to the place.
Yeah, I hated every minute of it, but I went there.
Do you not like your brother?
Literally killed him.
My brother left me, basically left me as a scapegoat to make off with the stolen loot, and left me to be arrested. And then when I left, I basically ratted him and everyone out and fled.
Huh.
But he basically betrayed me first, and then I was like, you know what, fuck it. Here's a list of everyone who did everything to me. Leave it at the guardhouse and run away.
Would you have let us know what you?
I did tell Nolgrim and Freya that there was a theft attempt gone wrong. That my brother sold me out, and I left. Right. And then when that happened, I had to escape, and I basically left him to be arrested. But I don't know what happened afterwards.
Gotcha.
But he basically left me to die, and I already told you that if it becomes an issue with other dwarves, I will point out the fact that he betrayed his own flesh and blood, which I'm pretty sure is bad in dwarven society.
Just
I mean,
depends how
unless you're
Stenji
doing it to
puts on
become
it.
king, I guess. So that might not carry much weight, but it's something I can try to insult him with later.
Yep.
We got your back, man.
Don't mind me doing the Dr. Evil thing with my pinky right now, as Cope says that. Anyway.
Man, Thrum's gonna meet my brother and he's just gonna be smitten.
The one true king.
Let's talk
I don't
about
know
our
if I
love
could get my
lives again.
penis out of this rock skin, but for you, I'd be willing to find out.
You know, they are twins. Maybe my dream was about this one.
Yep, definitely was.
Let's just drown Fergus. Just
Just a little bit of
try.
drowning.
Just try real quick.
No, we're gonna just be Julius Caesar. We all gotta stab him.
Two fruit, Fergus.
Fast forwarding in time a little bit after the trade negotiations have been resolved, Fergus.
Mm-hmm.
You get another visit. This time, not delivered subtly by a servant, rather one of the Dammer Guard that was sent to protect you, informing you that a human soldier is here to see you.
Yep, let him in.
It is none other than your old traveling buddy Iago Ortiz.
Exchange that like bro hug thing as they greet each other again.
Fergus, or should I be calling you Your Majesty now?
Either one. I'm only a little pompous.
I understand that you're leaving soon, but I wanted to catch up with you briefly.
Of course, come in. Did you get my letter that I didn't have much on my own personal funds, but I did send you some money for you and your family for all that you've done for us.
And they've been appreciative of that. I did get your letter. I have been searching for her. I have not been able to locate her yet. It's still ongoing. She seems to have moved from where you last knew her.
I was afraid of as much, but I appreciate you trying. If you can keep your feelers out when you're in areas, if you know of anyone by their name, feel free to check. But I'm not going to hold you to a lifelong search for such. I just wish for you to keep an eye out.
I have friends, and you got me out of that jungle. I do apologize for any information I had to give in my report to my superiors. I tried to keep any of the more sensitive stuff omitted, but certain factors like the dragon horde get it.
I'm honestly surprised that it took this long for them to try to get money out of us, but I expected as much when I rescued a Corsiconian soldier. I imagine there's plenty of love for you and your people, so whether it be for the nobles, it's another story, but
the information I brought has fetched me a promotion to captain.
That's good. Well, no, if you ever need a vacation spot once the Dwarven Kingdom gets back up and running, if you ever feel like you missing the dark, feel free to come by and visit.
I think I'll spend some more time in the sun before that happens.
Yeah, I need to sunbathe a little bit more before I go back.
Yeah, I've been hearing some interesting comments about the servants and you on the roof.
But no matter what they say, I wasn't completely naked. Okay, I was wearing underclothes.
It's still with a semi.
We don't speak of this anymore. I slide him a gold over the table.
He takes it.
Look, that ambrosia is really strong.
Do you know of anything that's going on with Corsiconia? I know that you brought information that the Drow were using firearms, so that's probably a pressing issue up here.
Yes. Unofficially, there has been no leaks or sales of black powder to anyone outside of Corsiconia. Investigations are double checking that, of course, but it seems that the Drow somehow managed to develop it internally, which is coming to something of a interesting case amongst the political and military world of Corsiconia, because we import that from across the sea. So, this has made your little region of the Underdark of particular interest to the humans of Corsiconia now.
I imagine so.
I'm not a noble myself, but I have friends who work guards. The Duke seems to have taken a shine to me after my return. The courts are somewhat divided on the matter. The reemergence of Dammerhall has made everyone have the glint of gold in their eyes, as you would imagine.
Yeah.
Some are saying that the idea that the Drow have black powder is a military threat that should be destroyed, and others say that perhaps they would be the better trade partner.
Oh, yes. The people who are known for trading civilly with other kingdoms, the Drow.
He does that nonverbal, like, open hand shrugs, like, I don't know what to tell you, man.
Yeah. Well, can't really argue with them because they haven't brought it to our attention, but I would let you know if they start trading to the Drow, we will offer refugee status if you wish to flee, because that will not go good.
I appreciate that. My loyalty is always to Corsiconia.
Of course.
But watch yourself, Fergus. If the wind turns the other way away from the Drow, the nobles of Corsiconia are not against proxy wars.
Meanwhile, Fergus is thinking internally in his own mind, I'm like, I wonder if we develop black powder, if we could trade with Corsiconia. But he doesn't say that out loud because I'm pretty sure Iago would then have to report that.
Yeah.
Something tells me that'd be the one thing he would have to report. But yeah, just exchange small talk after that, ask what the goings on of Corsiconia are going on, and explain the less like security ridden stuff about what's going on with Dammerhall.
Yeah, just normal pleasantries until that passes, but not only the personal stuff, but also the sort of slowly brewing troubles within the human lands.
Mm-hmm. There's always something up here.
Mm-hmm.
The only problem now is that I'm involved, and that sucks.
Yeah. So
also, sorry, side tangent. All I could picture is when Fergus speaks in Dwarvish, it sounds like speaking Scottish with like a Spanish accent.
Yeah.
And that just makes me giggle.
Yeah, that was the craziest thing when I was in Canada and I was trying to learn French, is people informing me that you're really good at getting rid of your American accent in French. I'm like, I'm doing what now? I don't even know what an American accent in French sounds like. Anywho, so Nolgrim, are you mobilizing the troops?
Yep. Definitely gonna put them at the very least outside the gates. The checkpoints that are on
those
mid-construction
things that aren't done.
Yeah. But basically, where the proposed one is going to be, basically out on the outside of that.
All right. And are you going with it?
Yes.
Is anyone else accompanying him?
Yeah, Fergus will.
Shore up defenses. I was only gonna make like a trip down, stay a week, trip back. Because if you cast a shape stone, even if it only affects 5 feet at a time, that's still a 5-foot moat and a 5-foot rampart on the other side.
All right. Taskel's going. Freya, Thrum.
Thrum.
Okay. And Freya, you hanging back?
This is to the
Come kick troglodyte ass.
troglodytes. Yeah, I'm not gonna go fuck with the troglodytes.
I was gonna say at least some of the council should probably stay behind in the city.
Well, there's always the I'm spacing on his name, but the
Commerce guy.
Cyrus. Yeah, he's an old dwarf. He's like, nah, I'm not going to battle, man. I'll stay right here in a nice heated castle.
Stuff's good in my joints.
Mm-hmm. All right.
I need a fight.
So it takes a good because you don't really have any roads or anything set up through the tunnels. It does take a good week and a half to 2 weeks to reach Port Eversteam. In that time, Fergus does return to the throne of Dammerhall to find the Council of Idiots down a few members.
Find out what they're doing. Like, oh, I'm glad I showed up now after they're gone.
Yeah, they're fighting trogs.
Industrious dwarves inspecting other towns.
Also, how long has it been the Council of Idiots?
What? We're going on 3 seasons now.
Well, no,
He
he would just ask that to Freya.
Year.
Yeah.
He would just ask that to Freya. He's like, wait, that's official? I just said that as a joke. Oh, well then.
Oh, I thought you were just being poetic or something.
Well, I don't got any alternatives right now, so I'm just going to let it stand.
I like it. It's an acronym that we can turn into anything at any time.
All right. Moment. Clicking and clacking in some buttons.
I assume Ivy went with them as well, right?
Did you guys want your spy to go?
No, she's scouting out what's behind the army. What's chasing them.
Yeah. I thought she would go with us there and then sneak around.
Since you guys dispatched the army there, you guys arrive at Port Eversteam. It is a still relatively small town, strong artificer present because it's clan forge sworn. The local Jarl welcomes you and informs you that they've been having a lot more sightings of trogs recently, but they've been avoiding conflict rather than the normal banditry. They believe that they're going to be marshaling for an attack soon. They were setting up some catapults to serve for defending the harbor bay against naval attacks, but they've uprooted that and moved it to the town center to defend it because the town is currently unwalled because it's still very new. So since you guys decided to go there early, I will move you over to the battlefield map so you can have a moment to acquaint yourself with the loadout. You guys should be able to see that.
Yeah. Well,
and
are we supposed to have control of these things? Because we don't.
Oh, you don't? Sorry.
What's Nolgrim's title?
Warthane? Yeah.
This is Warthane Nolgrim, and I'm don't remember my title. Thrum. We'll alert you if we need to commandeer any of your local forces.
Don't worry, guys. We're safe. We have the rock lobsters right here. They're going to keep us safe. Rock lobster?
It says rock
lobbers. I know.
Yeah.
I just saw it.
Also, you're not the federal government, Cope. You can't commandeer people's forces without a lot of political pushback.
My name's Johnson. This is Special Agent Johnson. We're here to
Special Agent Bob, a secret agent
situation.
I like to think that at a certain point we had a special advisor dispatched to Thrum to help, smooth things out in the wake of his attempts of political dealings.
God, have you ever remembered that Key and Peele sketch where it's like Obama's anger management translator?
Yep.
It's like a version of that, but it's like every time Thrum says something, it politely translates it into a more well-to-do sentiment.
Oh, God. Thrum is the Donald Trump of Dammerhall.
Oh no!
He's got all the ex-wives.
Oh my God! He just wanted to build walls too.
Oh,
The biggest defense anyone can run for him is that he's stupid.
Add a square on there for Thrum because he's about to charge the ocean and never come back.
All right. So here is the lowdown here. You know that the Trogs are going to be coming from somewhere in the north. This is a giant pillar connecting to the ceiling that's got a bunch of mining tunnels from it. You can move through those tunnels, counting them as difficult terrain. The town also counts as difficult terrain. The rock lobbers are here to help you, but they can't move. So you guys can kind of you have some time.
Everything else where we want.
Yeah, and you have a little bit of time to prepare with like stone shape and stuff like that. To let's see, there's 3 of you. Let's call it 12 squares worth of difficult terrain you can set up. Is like you're ditching trenches or defenses if that's what you want to do.
Do troglodytes swim? Because I feel like they're going to hit us from the water.
I don't.
They can.
Well, I recall from the map there that tunnel doesn't necessarily attach to the water nearby.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, if we know they're coming from the north, it would be nice. You said 12 squares. That's 4 across this gap. Let's say 5 just to make sure it goes wall to wall.
Yep.
Or cut off this one up here, Kenneth, so it all has to come where you were just painting.
Be another 10, or no, that'd be 6 total.
I feel like the clerics would be better served to be like in this area so they can meet each group depending on which ones need them more.
Yeah, I was thinking. I'm still
like
looking
putting them in the
at
center of everybody.
Yeah, I'm just looking at their stuff right now, real quick.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, like clerics seem like one of those things that we want to have like differentiated.
I hear you.
Yeah, keep in mind also that this mass combat system does involve unit facing. So you'll see those little blue bars at the top. That's the direction that they're forward because they can't be flanked.
Okay.
Hey, Kenneth, down here in the bottom right, what if you blocked off that right there? And then you could put...
Well, he says it's difficult terrain, so even if I'm making a wall, they're going to be able to surmount it eventually.
Yeah. Each round of mass combat is like 2 minutes.
If you could add a wall to help funnel the north here, because right now there's a lot of open space that I would love.
Oh yeah,
to
basically
kind
make
of
it
condense a bit.
like down this way or
yeah,
something.
so like
that or something maybe. Yeah. I'm not sure if we have the time to do the whole space.
He said I got 12 squares of it to place.
You only used 5, so
I mean that would be a good one.
I feel like that'd be perfect.
That or maybe leave a gap, because if we have to retreat, I think difficult terrain affects us too, doesn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
So if we leave a gap, we can retreat back there without having, but it'll slow down if they try to flank us.
Well, I don't think we need to worry about leaving a gap because we do have the caves here to utilize to navigate through. So I would say wall off that entire stretch there.
I mean, it's either way, it's difficult terrain. So.
Yeah.
So much planning to just have these troglodyte suicide charge into you guys.
Yeah. I mean, I'm fine with building the wall there too.
Just
I wouldn't plan on the cave, Loki. The cave retreat. I mean, it'd take you 6 steps to get through that versus 1 step to get through here.
True. Okay.
Yeah, I was figuring we'd.
In fact, I might double the.
Although, how does difficult terrain work with somebody that has a speed of 1? Does it mean they spend 2 turns in it?
Sorry, could you say that again?
How does difficult terrain work for units that have a speed of 1?
If I remember correctly, let me pop open the mass combat rules. Just means you can't attack after you move.
Okay.
I'll double check that real quick. And also, I'll explain this in a second, but all players are going to still be in this combat, even if all the characters are not. So everyone can still participate if they want.
So,
Also, I think the Dwarven Defenders and the Hammer Guard should be swapped because the Hammer Guard I think are stronger individually.
Mhm.
So that way, if they're defending one spot,
Yeah.
we could have the 2 defenders on this side.
Yeah. I'm still just trying to figure out where the walls are going.
Yeah. I'm just like looking at the things, and I think the Dammer Guard are stronger in terms of.
Are you saying the Dammer Guard or the Hammer Elites? Because
the Hammer Elites, I believe. Like I'm looking at the thing. Let's see.
So, yeah, I think we're spreading ourselves too thin and fight way ahead of what we should be.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you want us to pull back more towards the town?
Yeah, I would say even if we move this up a square or two, we set up the defensive line behind it so that when they hit the difficult terrain, we have the ability to attack them.
Okay, I was just hoping to channel them a bit.
Yeah, we're just worried about circling around.
Do we need to defend this area then?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my initial thought was a
blockade kind of thing.
Yeah, it was to set up another wall around that side.
Okay, that's a good idea.
Also, let me know. I have it set to the defaults right now, but if you wish to subdivide units, like you got 100 Dwarven Warriors, if you want 2 groups of 50, you can set that up before the battle. I wouldn't say any low. I wouldn't say any lower than 50, just because then it gets ridiculous. But
how do we want to split up these units?
I think the 2 defenders should be on the right here. The Dammer Guard, the Hammer Elites, and the Quarrelers up north, with the Clerics like either here or here.
And this catapult got a range of 4, if I remember correctly.
Yeah,
do we
so
want to change this one's facing, so it's facing this way?
Yeah.
And I'd split the hundreds into 250s just to give you more flexibility.
I don't think we're able to do that.
I mean, I can do that for you. I just want to make sure.
Yeah, Gamba just said that we can split them.
Okay. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that.
All right, one moment.
Do we want to split these archers as well? The Quarrelers? That's a good name.
So how does that work as far as like attack and all that?
Because what it is you roll a d20 with the attack bonus, and if it hits the enemy's AC, then you multiply. You see it has damage there. You multiply that times the number in your unit, and then divide it by their health. So, for example,
it's basically the same as when we did for the Battle of Screaming Tree, but the dice are set numbers.
Yes, it's lower rolling.
Yeah, and less damage if there's 50 of them, but more attacks.
Okay, I gotcha.
Okay, and
less damage if they hit with this system.
Yeah. Because it's basically just putting in the average, which is way easier than rolling them all, like I did for mine.
I'm excited to see this.
And then I would say splitting up the Quarrelers.
Yeah.
Honestly, putting half the Quarrelers down here with the Defenders and putting one of these units of Defenders up with the Dammer Guard and Hammer Elites might be good.
Yeah.
Yep, I agree with that.
Oops, I'll put it back. Where are the Hammer Elites character sheets? I got the Special Forces and the basic units, but I don't see them anywhere.
I think they should be on a
They're elite units, yeah.
Elite units. Hammer Elites, there you go, yeah.
Yeah, me and Gamba both basically independently came to the same system, except his is better than mine because I did all that rolling that we didn't need to do.
So I do have a quick question about these walls. Is this something that the Quarrelers could attack from behind, or do they need to be on top of to be able to?
No, these are not. These are. You didn't have enough time to do full-on constructed walls. These are like you're digging trenches and pits into the stone, and maybe like putting some spikes in them or something like that.
I gotcha. Okay, I gotcha. Okay.
Also, as you guys are sort of setting yourself up here, Also, is this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? Okay, cool. I'll make this blue line here on the map layer, so that way you guys don't click it by accident. Now, I want you guys to decide, because you'll have your own individual initiatives on the initiative tracker. Just decide which units you're going to be commanding. You can have multiple or whatever. You guys can just decide amongst yourselves.
Like which unit or just what side we're on?
No, like individual units. Like Richard has this defender and this.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, let's put colored dots on.
Yeah, just put a colored dot on them.
Mm-hmm. I will take these guys on this side.
There's 9, so one person will have 1 unit. Everyone else will have 2. I guess one person will have the rock lobbers.
Yeah. I just colored it green, so that way it was pretty apparent that it was stationary. Just going to drop everyone's tokens in the ocean for simplicity.
Sure, I'll take those 2. Do you want to just change the color to match your character icon?
Oh, that's a good idea. I just did orange, but yeah, I'll change it to one of my purple.
Yeah.
You had that big old aura.
I'll let Taskell control those clerics if he wants.
Wait, are you purple or am I purple?
Sorry.
Fergus is purple.
I'll just be pink. Red. It's fine. You can be purple. I'll be pink.
No, Fergus, go ahead and do purple.
Yeah,
because we want to match your.
Yeah.
And since the DM's the other red one, you Freya being red will work perfect.
Yeah, I just misread. I read the first one with the F that I saw.
You misread. I see what you did there.
Yeah, I misread. I guess I'll also
once we're setting up, once we're done setting up this, if we could take a bio break before we start the actual stuff.
Move the rock lobbers over 1 so that they got range on all the difficult terrain.
Yeah.
Okay. I can't move it, but
I think Gabo has to move it.
Yeah, because it's technically control of the king.
Yeah, that's fine.
If no one else wants to, I'll control the rock lobbers. And those will be.
He says they're an allied unit, not directly under our control.
Oh, okay.
They can be under your command. Let me click the buttons.
Okay. Yeah, he just didn't want us to have access to move it because we can't move it during combat.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out because they're mechanically the same thing as a rock lobber, but they're technically like in place defensive weapons.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I could move the difficult terrain too, but
Nope, you got control of that now. Just keep it within the town there.
All right.
So we have 2 for Thrum, 2 for Nolgrim, 2 for me, 2 for Freya, I think.
Yep.
Yeah.
Taskell, you want to grab these guys up here too? They don't look like they're controlled in that way.
So that way everyone has 2.
Oh, and just in case I forget later, as combat starts, Nolgrim would cast Find Steed just so he has a mount when he's in combat.
Which makes me wonder what kind of steed you're going to find underground.
Also, when you click these tokens, if you scroll down through like the conditions and stuff, you should see little icons that show your character token. Whichever unit your actual character of Thrum, Nolgrim, and Taskell are in, you want to put that on that unit because you have hero points, which are a special how you the character, contribute to the battle.
Mm.
You have a number of hero points equal to your character level, and you can expend up to your proficiency bonus to either add it to an attack roll, a morale check, or let me double check.
Wait, why'd you move Thrum's token over there?
No, yeah, Cope, you don't need to move the entire token. If you click on that one, like how you put the blue dot, you should see a tiny Thrum
see,
token.
now Thrum's on there.
Tiny tum-tum.
Yeah, here we go. So each of you have 13. Well, each of you that are physically here, so just Thrum, have 13 hero points. So you can expend a hero point to add a +1 to a morale check, an attack check, an AC, your unit's AC against one attack, or any damage roll if it logically fits your character's playstyle. So, for example, Thrum being in a melee troop would make sense. But if he was with the catapults, I don't see how Thrum was making them more damaging.
He'd be throwing the
throwing
rocks alongside
man.
of him, loading heavier rocks.
He
Okay.
throws
That's all
the
you got.
catapult, and then the catapult launches in the air for the extra range.
Or he just launches himself.
Get this. I'm going to run forward holding the catapult, and then you pull the wire.
All right,
Yeah,
we'll
this
take
is a bad idea.
We'll take a quick bio before we re-roll up. But it should be good. So I'll be right back.
I'll be right back.
And I have returned.
Mm-hmm.
Howdy.
I say you guys had me scared for a moment when you were setting up all the troops way out here in the north. Like, oh no.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because even if each individual Trog is way weaker, it's the morale that would kill you from being flanked on literally every single possible side.
Yeah, I was looking at the morale things. I'm like, I wonder if one of us should attach to the Dammer Guard instead, because they get a bonus if there's a. The Dammer Guard. Because they get a bonus to morale. They automatically pass morale tests if there's a hero attached.
Mm-hmm.
So things get hectic. I'm not sure if Loki's back, because if he wants to, I'll switch his hammer elites with the Dammer Guard for control, so he can be on that one.
I would almost say move one of those elite forces over to the other wall. So you have two generics, a crossbow, and an elite on each side.
I'm back.
Hey, look, we were just talking about moving one of these elites, either the hammer or the dammer, down to the other wall and switching them out for a dwarf defender. So you've got an elite, two generics, and a crossbow on each side.
So one of the reasons why I kept the Dammer Guard here is because, keep in mind, this isn't a solid wall. So I want to have this guy be flexible to be able to kind of dance along these walls. I mean, if you want, we can put him here, But I just
that works. That makes sense.
Yeah, I was fine where he started because he's basically making a military wall with those up north. But I was saying, do you want to control that, and I'll control those hammer elites? Because the Dammer Guard have a special ability. If there's a hero on it, they pass morale checks automatically. So it might be better for you to have them.
Okay.
So here, I'll take mine off of that one and put it on the elites, and you can put your hero on that one. I was thinking it might work out better.
Okay, works for me.
They're not dead, though.
All right, let's see. So, we'll just quickly get the initiative rolls out of the way. These initiative rolls are going to be using either your charisma or your intelligence rather than your dexterity. And for those of you who are just controlling generic Dwarven commanders, not heroes, just roll with a +2 because we'll just assume that they got someone who's actually decent at commanding. So it's reasonable, say +2. And I'll just add everyone to the initiative manually.
Okay, so you say it was I could do my charisma?
Charisma or intelligence, yes.
Okay. And Gamba, do you mind writing down, or actually, I could write down if you want to go, if you wouldn't mind going over that list of what the 13, do you say hero points do?
Yeah, hero points. Yeah, I'll just quickly go over that again for you. All right, so you got 13 hero points, and you expend them on certain D20 rolls. You can expend a number of points per roll equal to your proficiency bonus. So I believe in this case that's 4. You can expend 1 hero point to add a +1 to a morale check, an attack check, your AC if you are attacked, or the damage of your attack if it's thematically applicable that your character could be killing Dynasty Warriors.
Okay.
And you can obviously expend multiple up to 4 on each roll.
Yep. Okay. I gotcha.
Mm-hmm. And your hero can swap which unit they're in throughout the battle. You just declare it at the start of your turn, and so long as the distance kind of makes sense, and you're not cut off.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Scouts come back. Get word of troglodytes bearing down. Nolgrim, you're here. You're overseeing the trenches. Everyone getting set up, prepared for the battle. This is your first big battle as Warthane of Dammerhall, leading warriors into combat.
Mm.
I imagine there's probably a small part of you that remembers the tales that you heard as a young dwarfling of glorious generals and heroes holding the line and standing tall. And that little voice in the back of your head goes, is this going to someday be one of those stories? Is this going to be a legend that is told younger dwarves? And then the smell hits you. And you go, oh, no one's going to fucking talk about this. It's over.
Damn it.
It just wafts down the north tunnel here.
No one will talk about the Battle of Stinky Lizard.
So, yeah, that's roughly 500 trogs there. That's 10.
So I might want to get those other units up on this wall.
Oh, we'll hold the line.
All right. So, combat music. Yeah, a classic one.
Dwarven defenders, is that basic units?
Yep. All right. So first up is the first wave of Trogs. Let me look at their little stat card. All right, they have speed of 1, but they are going to dash. So all right. Thrum probably holding ground, unless you want to start moving to the northern.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and start moving
All right, so you can rotate each unit to face any direction once per turn. So it can be before the movement, after the movement, in the middle of the movement.
Quick question: how do diagonals work?
We are just going to ignore those. So
Okay.
It's full grid.
Okay, gotcha. Is movement also grid?
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
It just made stuff easier.
Mm-hmm.
So for my group on the wall over here, what do I need to do? Turn them?
You can just move them to where you want, just so long as you don't move diagonally. Like you could do that, and then just decide the facing at the end of the move or whatever you want.
They only have one movement.
Yeah, so it's one move, and then you can use their action to dash, and then you can move another space if you want.
Although if it's difficult terrain, then they have to only do one.
Oh, yep, that's a good point. So
neither of those are difficult, so could they one there and then?
yeah,
He did say the city was difficult.
Yeah, the town is difficult, so you could be here.
I'd say stay where. I would say stay here, because it doesn't make any difference if you are in either place. But at least this way you're closer to mines and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yes, if that's as far as they can move, then that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, infantry is very slow and clunky. If you had any cavalry,
unless we want to shift, do y'all want to shift the line down? I could start moving.
Probably should.
Yep. So he'll start.
Yeah, you can do that.
Okay.
That group will shift down.
All right, Michael.
Okay. So how many spaces can these move?
1, and then you can use your action to dash an additional 1.
But the town is difficult terrain.
I think you cut out. I couldn't hear what you said before. You can dash.
1, and then you can dash for an additional 1.
Unless it's difficult terrain, then you can only move 1 for all of your action.
Yeah.
And if I wanted to shoot at the archers, would they have to be straight in alignment, or could they shoot diagonally?
They can shoot diagonally. It's just in a cone based upon your facing, so it's just that.
What action is it to change facing?
You can just do it for free once per turn.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna change facing up this way, and then move 1. That's not gonna really put me. Yeah. So then I'm going to dash.
3 spaces for their range.
Oh, it's only 3 spaces for their range. Okay. Then I'll move them up 1, but I can't really do anything else.
Mm-hmm.
And then what about this? The rock.
It is. It's in placement, so it can't actually move, but you can alter its facing if you want.
Yeah, but how far can it shoot?
4.
4. Okay, so this thing can only shoot once there.
Yeah.
Up
Current battle plan seems to get them stuck in the trenches and try to attrition them.
Okay, so I'm going to start moving my archers over there, supposing that they're all going to come down this way.
Mm-hmm.
But that's my turn.
All right. Pascal.
Mm-hmm. Just quickly reviewing what our units can do. that one over and probably leave that one down to keep defending the wall. It's like most of my cleric abilities for the unit are until end of turn, so no use using them right now.
Richard.
I'm gonna double move these ones just to get kind of in a position near the other defenders. And the other ones are just gonna kind of lay in wait.
All right. Nogrim.
All right. Doesn't look like any of them are in range of the quarreler, so I think I'll have them move back here. And already shifting our units down the line. Is that what the plan was?
Yeah, I mean, we can, but
I think we need to move to the immediate threat.
Yeah, so I guess I'll wait for the hammer elites to shift over.
I mean, this one looks like it's kind of on the outskirts. You might be able to move twice this turn for them if you want to get them there.
Oh, would I be able to do that?
Yeah,
I'm
that's
not
not
sure.
difficult terrain. So
Okay, so I'll send them here. Okay, that'll be my turn.
I like having them in the middle too.
all right. They're not actually there. They're they're farther north. Because they come from this direction here.
How many troglodytes are there?
It's about 1,000.
Exactly
How many
1,000.
troglodytes are there?
So this might be all of them.
Okay.
What's the deal with all the troglodytes?
It's going to take those ones a couple rounds if they're going to try and flank us.
All right. Drum. I don't know if you guys play a lot of the Total War games, but what you're currently experiencing is something I know very, very well. Where you're doing a siege defense, and you set up all your troops, and then you realize that the enemy has only used this one deployment zone. You're like, shit, move everyone, go.
Yeah.
Like I loved Rome Total War and Medieval Total War. Shit out of those games. Can you do that?
No, you can't move diagonally.
Yeah, no diagonal movements.
And either north or west for you is difficult terrain, but you could move into it if you want.
It's rough. You think they're strong enough up here to take care of those five?
Well, I would keep in mind that these guys are also going to be down here in like a round or two.
Yeah, I would keep the dwarf defenders where they're at.
The only reason I'm moving the archers is because they got the range, so I can.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, I was thinking that the only ones that make sense to move, like the quarrelers, can go up to help with this one, and then keep the defenders down here to prevent flanking.
Because these two, the hammers and the elites are much stronger, right?
Yeah, my idea is that by the time these archers are up here and these guys actually get down here, we'll have dealt with enough of these guys that I can move the archers back.
Okay. All right. Well, then they'll hold.
All right.
Is there any kind of action defenders? Defenders, they will defend.
Okay. So I'm going to move up one square, and then I can dash for another one.
I think you're in difficult terrain.
Oh yeah, you are on difficult terrain.
So you can't dash?
No, because dashing you have to do to actually get through the difficult terrain, because you only have one movement speed.
Yeah, it's the hard part about not having any cavalry. Because like cavalry has like a movement speed of 4, so you could see how that would be a massive game changer on a battlefield.
Yeah.
Well, still got these once they actually get in range. I'm assuming there's no prepared attacks or anything?
No.
Okay, then that's my turn.
There is attacks of opportunity when people try to move away, and also, unlike normal 5th edition, if they move while adjacent to you, you can still make an attack of opportunity. Because
Nice.
armies.
Yeah.
All right, Taskell.
Mm-hmm. Well, if he wasn't up next, I'd bless the rock mobbers, but that'd be a waste of.
You can have the
Waste of
dwarves
an
move
action.
up because they have a ranged option, so they can attack from 2 spaces away.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, because if they move up 1, if they get up in the grill up in this area, you'll be able to pelt them if you don't have anything else to do.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, difficult terrain movement.
Maybe that radiant magic damage when you hit them might clean some of the smell.
All right. Richard?
I think I'm probably good here, or I can move down a little bit, but I feel like staying here is fine, because if I move all the way over like to here, then we have a big old gap on the right.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're all on the left, so.
Yeah, but with the 2 there, and then if they, I feel like I'm leaving the dwarves.
Yeah, no,
clerics.
I get what you're saying.
I think you're good at leaving them there.
I get what you're saying, but I would move them over only because these guys, you gotta keep in mind, they move as slowly as we do. So if they start beelining for that gap, we're gonna have time to stop them.
Let me
and if they fill this gap, especially, we got flanking and they're in a rough spot.
I just want to make sure that I'm not flubbing it and you actually can move through people's spaces. Because, you're big old units, so.
Although my Dammerhall are only 30.
Yeah, I'm just checking the rules here.
Just some 30 dudes just sitting still eating some lunch while a force of 100 walk by.
Well, a force of 100 freshly 18-year-old dwarf. Just recruited from their local dwarf high school. Go to die a stinky, stinky death.
Gee willikers, you know what I can't wait to do? Go home to my family.
You can tell he's new.
Have you guys ever seen
to be a citizen?
Have you guys ever seen the movie Black Dynamite?
No, I haven't.
It sounds familiar.
It's
gotta add to the list.
It's I don't know. It's a parody of 1970s black exploitation films. So there's this joke later on where they're like going through an enemy lair with machine guns out, and the side character guy comes up to the main character. He's all like, "I'll tell you what, Black Dynamite, after we're done here, I think I'm really going to retire from all this fighting. I'm going to go home and spend more time with my kids and my wife. Here, let me show you the picture." And the whole time, the main character guy, you see him sweating, and he takes like 2 steps away from this guy. He keeps glancing at the camera. Till a ninja star comes out and kills that guy. And he goes, "Oh my God, who saw that coming? I mean, where did that come from?"
That's awesome. Love that kind of shit. They did it really well in the 70s.
I don't know how many of you have watched through part 2 of JoJo's, but they do that exact thing with this one soldier who just starts talking about his wife and kids and then immediately fucking dies.
But yeah, by the look of it, it looks like Oh, okay, yeah, that's what I'm. Okay, yes, you can move through ally units, not enemy units. I was misremembering the rule. Is that if you're adjacent to an enemy, you can't move unless you disengage, and so there's an ability that lets you do something else. So yes, you can move through allies.
Okay. So yeah, I like the thing he mentioned about they're just as slow as us. So I'm gonna just move over here.
Okay. All right. Nolgrim.
Quarrelers are going to attack. 1, 2, 3. This is the only one in range.
All right. So.
Oops. I was trying to make a macro, but it didn't work.
All right, men, nose plugs in.
All right, dwarf crawlers. +3 to attack.
They've just got their mustache hairs stuffed up their nose.
15.
That'll hit. So your damage is
4 damage.
So 4 times how many?
50.
All right, so it's 200, and then their health is 10.
Oh, I just noticed that the dice color changed to match your color on Roll20.
Oh, that's cool.
So Nolgrim's dice is orange, and then Fergus's dice is purple.
All right, so that is 20 dead troglodytes.
All right, and Democrat are just going to lock their shields.
All right. Now I will perform the morale check for the troglodytes because they took damage. Right, hold on, let me double check. Sorry, I'm flipping through the little PDF here. Morale. Yeah, I believe they do the morale check right now. Okay. So C10. Okay, they are still rock solid. 20 of them died. They did not seem to care.
They're like, hey, rations.
Stinky.
They went, hey, I'm going to fuck that later.
Whoa. They just ate the things in my mind.
I mean, did you hear what he fucking read earlier?
Yeah.
All right.
Uh-oh.
These suckers are going to get stuck in. Or actually, they can't because of the difficult terrain.
So that one was stuck before.
Yeah, it's in the terrain, but it took its full turn to get there. So you'll be able to swing first, which I believe is Thrum.
Oh yeah.
So I'll let you know the troglodytes have a special ability called Stench. The first melee attack against them per round has disadvantage.
All right.
Because the smell is just so awful.
Yep.
1d20 plus 4.
Mhm.
And you'll need 2 of them. Because same on an 8 and an 18.
The 8 will miss. So they're getting stuck in. They're holding the ground. No real discernible one way or the other yet.
Can I go ahead and say I'm going to use my defense?
On.
To cause disadvantage when they attack.
You could use that as a reaction.
Yeah,
That's a reaction when you're attacked.
I can use its reaction.
Yep, everyone gets one reaction just like normal combat.
So that attack, could this unit move at this point?
It would get an attack of opportunity because you're not disengaging.
Yeah, because they can attack you when you move away from them or move around them.
Like those rules.
All right. Probably leaving the other defenders where they are. Michael.
That one isn't within range of the lobbers.
Oh, sorry. Yep. Can I move these guys up here?
Oh, yeah.
Just move my archers over that one for their movement, and I'm going to hit them with the lobbers. That's just 1d20 plus 2, right?
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha.
I'll just let you guys know. AC 11. Keep it simple. That almost certainly hit.
They got lobbed.
All right.
Get lobbed.
So what's the damage already doing the multiply for the numbers for me?
15
Where
weapon damage.
is that mess combo? Okay, there it is. What is the lobber?
Yep.
What are the lobbers under?
Elite units.
Elite
Units. Okay.
It does 15 weapon damage. It says.
Yeah, 15.
Yeah, 15.
So 15 times 5 for me.
Mhm.
Help me out here, guys.
75.
Okay. Then I'll divide it by their health. All right. So they
got lobbed.
lose
Get lobbed, nerd.
7 people to big rocks.
Only 7.
I mean, there's only 5 lobbers, to be fair.
Yeah, and they're anti-structural siege equipment.
They're big rocks.
Listen, those 7 guys got seriously lobbed. Okay.
Man, they are getting some seriously good morale rolls. Your archers are not in range for
Not
a couple
in range.
reasons. So
that's my turn.
all right, Taskell, the battle is joined.
All too quiet on the cleric front.
Yeah, he's muted. I don't.
Yeah,
think
no.
he's-
I mean,
Yeah,
you could
yeah.
probably move your clerics
Yeah.
forward and then
And there's a small amount of them, but they get hit.
Saying I was
when they're hurt.
blessing these archers, and then I might move forward. I'd at least equal to the defenders on AC.
and plus looks like you might still have an opportunity to do like you could have instead of blessing move there and use your range attack against this one.
I'm just
Right,
worried about the
'cause
clerics being on
I
front
got
because there's only
plenty of
20 of
time.
them.
Okay.
Got plenty of time for that.
Plenty of time.
Oh, where is that bald cat? I need to stroke it menacingly.
Mm-hmm.
We can dispatch the enemy at our leisure. When has a bad guy ever said that and been proven to be correct?
You know, I'd have to think about it.
All right.
It's
Never-
+2 to attacks. So
All right. Richard.
You can't attack diagonal either, right?
Right.
Only ranged.
Okay. I don't really want to break our formation is the issue, and I don't want to go into that area because I won't get attack anyway, and it'll just leave me open. So
Yeah, just stay.
I'm just gonna move
This-
this one up one. No, down here. That's good.
All right. Pilgrim.
All right. Koalers will take another shot at this one. Keep weakening them.
And you got a +2 to hit because of bliss.
Yep. $20.
Oh yeah, that'll hit.
So that's what was it? Dwarf Coilers. 250 times 4. Yeah, 200 damage.
Okay.
Oh, Stand and Fire, so it would have added a +2 to it as well. So I'll keep that in mind in the future. Forgot that ability.
Yeah, the stand and fire one.
Yep. All right. So since it's lost, it's technically just barely above half its troops. So never mind. When you lose half your unit, you start doing all morale checks at disadvantage, but it's at 53 rather than 50 even.
Gotcha.
It's okay, guys. We still have Ted, Jim, and Bill. We're fine.
We're still mostly all here.
Right.
And
Well, Bill is
Hammer Guard.
mostly here.
Well, but
Lost
they
an arm.
are starting to waver. You know what? They're not dead, but let's just do this as an easy way to show who's wavering or not. And wavering, A wavering unit has disadvantage on attacks and morale checks, and it subsequently is more vulnerable. So yeah, it has disadvantage on attacks because they're losing cohesion due to bad morale.
Mhm.
If they fail another morale check, they'll rout and they'll start running away to try to get out of the battlefield.
I like that.
Yep. Most battles are not won by killing every single enemy. It's just making all of them rout.
It's just in the Total War games I make sure to run them all down as much as I can.
Well, I play undead in Warhammer Total War, so I go to the very last fucking man if I can. All right. Anything else?
Nope. I think that's it.
All right. So
they're in the walls.
Oh god, those caves are gonna smell for the rest of time.
They're in the walls.
There's no ventilation in the Underdark.
This is our Vietnam.
all right.
God, someone needs to start playing Fortunate Son.
Wait, are they really in the wall?
They're starting to climb through the walls there,
yeah. These are mines, so they can. I mean, it's difficult terrain, but they can still navigate through it.
Yep. Let me just double check this.
Mm-hmm. Well, assuming that route is all accurate and not just representative, then block them off by moving that dude one further up.
Yeah, it's accurate. That's why if you'll notice that some tunnels just don't go through a space at all. Like these two are solid, but everything else.
This looks like a good choke point for your defenders.
All right, so the troglodytes will take their. Sorry, I was hearing acoustic guitar.
The worst kind of guitar.
All right, so trogs against dwarven defenders.
They have disadvantage, correct?
Yep.
Did both groups? Oh yeah, they're all side by side. Never mind.
All right. Uh, 11
against Cope's dwarven defenders there.
Mm-hmm.
Who's attacking? Oh, these guys.
Yep.
Okay.
All the
a rainbow of pings.
Defenders have an AC of 16, so
it would miss
AC
the dwarven
16.
defenders.
Yeah. All right, so they're not gaining any ground. Drum.
Right.
In turn, I think you still have disadvantage because it's the first attack of the round.
Mm-hmm.
Because they stinky.
They stinky.
They do stinky.
They
Well,
got stank
I did-
booties.
I did roll with a disadvantage earlier,
Yeah. I was just reminding you.
so I've got it again.
Because it's a new round.
Oh, every round.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha.
Not per combat, per round.
Yep, stinky bastards.
7 will miss.
It's getting worse.
The only people doing damage are the ones that can shoot from a reasonable distance.
This tracks.
Right.
The existence of such a stench shakes their
Yeah,
faith in
this
the
group move
divine.
up.
All right. Michael.
Okay. Moving over my archers one more time.
they got range on that one from where they were.
Yeah, but here they'll also have range on ones that try to go through this space.
Yeah, but that one's way.
Yeah, we remember we need to focus on dwindling their numbers as.
Right now.
Yeah, we need to dwindle their numbers and keep them low so they deal less damage to our army if they do hit.
Yeah.
So I should.
Can I,
I would
move to
remove.
right there?
Go. I would go back to where you were and then shoot at this guy.
Yeah, so they move. They've got those two tunnels if you're right there.
Okay.
Yeah, Cope, I would just go here if you're.
Yeah, where you had it.
Yeah, this is the choke point. You can block them from coming in from right there.
Then I will just go at these guys with the archers and the rock lobbers.
All right.
And since they didn't move, your archers will have a +2 to hit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Starting out with the... Is that the same for the rock lobbers, or are those not?
It's a Quarreler's ability.
The Quarrelers have a special ability. Every unit has like one special ability at least.
All right, so I'm going to start with the rock lobbers. 7's going to miss.
Yeah, it's going to miss.
So then I'll go to the archers. 15 will hit.
That'll definitely hit.
Then that is 3 weapon damage times 50.
The ranged is 4. 4 damage.
Yeah, 4 damage.
Oh, 4?
So that's 200 damage.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, ranged.
That's another... So that's 20 damage to that one. And now I have to do the morale check. Now, if I remember correctly... Yes, they take a cumulative -1 to morale checks for each friendly unit that is wavering around adjacent to them. Because, hey, when morale starts collapsing, it all starts going down.
Mm-hmm.
Game over, man. Game over.
Total war, man. Send in the cavalry.
Haven't hired them yet.
Game over, man.
Wow! These troglodytes have got some steely ball.
They're eating her, and then they're gonna eat me.
Oh my god!
All right. Haskell.
Mm-hmm. So on this magic strike, is that 6 damage per cleric or 6
per
damage?
cleric, automatic, no rolling.
All right, so that's got a range of 3 on it, but so I guess I'll do that. 6 times 20.
Well, it has a +5 to hit. Do you still have to roll to hit, or does it automatically hit?
It's a 2 per combat ability.
Oh, okay. Magic strike. I was looking at the ranged attack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's 120 damage if I do that.
Yeah, I kind of peeled away some of the flavor text that they have in the PDF and based this on, but they describe Magic Strike as essentially them dumping all their leveled spells into one big go, where their normal magical range attacks are just them throwing cantrips like Toll the Dead. So.
Everyone cast Spiritual Guardians on these rocks and throw them at
And thus, the High Priest Haskell raised his weapon to the sky and said, "Activate the blender, everyone."
The great blender descends.
A literal holy hand grenade.
Yep.
Count to 3.
So it's just 120 to those, you said?
Oh, yeah. Is that what you were doing? All right.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was cracking wise and then... That's on me. All right.
I mean, why crack anything else but wise?
12 dead trogs.
They're clearly being led by great troglodyte warriors. Very inspirational.
Okay, but that one is wavering now because of all the magic.
The light, it burns.
So it is possible in these mass combats to have enemy heroes that are like you guys that can add numbers to stuff and everything like that. And then if you meet them in combat, we might dial into like a normal encounter to be dramatic. But there's literally no way I could justify a troglodyte hero that wouldn't just get instantly creamed by any of you in single combat.
God, can you imagine a level 15 troglodyte? What the fuck did that thing have to go through?
I am Troglodythius.
I'm Trogdor.
Dimension Door. Holy Smite, Eldritch Smite, single hit.
Yeah. It had 15 hit points, Loki.
Gotta make a point.
It's all right. Standards.
Richard.
Okay. The ones that are in front of the hammer elites are going to get swung at. Disadvantage, so I'll just roll it twice. 13.
That'll still hit.
Okay, so these are the hammer elites. What are the damage on these ones elites? 8 weapon damage times 100, so 800 damage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because they're like wielding balls.
Yeah, and I didn't hit them by AC of 5 or more, so they don't gain that stuff. But yeah, 800 damage to them.
All right, so you killed all of them in that unit.
What just happened?
So they all rushed forward, getting pelted by rocks and bolts, and they went to the trenches, and you guys are just, it's incredibly bloody as, like, just the mauls are swinging and crunch, crunch, crunch. I mean, like, realistically, there's probably a few stragglers that run away or go away with, but combat on the map wise, they are gone.
Yeah. Yeah, the Hammer Elites, there's a reason why I want these done.
They're like fish. They don't feel pain, don't feel bad.
I'm pretty sure fish do feel pain, but...
No, that's the way we feel.
No, you think of lobsters, they don't feel pain. That's why you just stick a knife straight in their head when you're trying to cook them.
Oh, I always feel so bad about that.
Honestly, from what I've heard, the best way to kill a lobster with like the minimal pain is to actually take a knife behind their eyes because it kills them like instantly.
Yeah. And that was all you wanted there, Richard?
The other ones are just kind of stay put for now.
Just chilling.
Well, I mean, it looks like there are some that are coming towards our flank, so having the 2 defenders is probably for the best.
Also, if you guys are questioning about almost 80 fatalities in one attack, also keep in mind that in mass combat, it's like 1 to 2 minutes per turn rather than 6 seconds. So that is a more reasonable number.
No, I get it. Yeah. And again, those are Hammer Elites. Those are our big damage dealers.
Keep picturing one just like an elite from Halo with an energy sword, like standing there next to the dwarves
with like a costume clip-on beard.
Yeah.
I'd play that character. All right, Milgrim's troops.
All right.
He talks funny, but he can drink his weight.
I'll have the Quarlers fire at this unit since it's wavering, just to try to break them.
What are you talking
Run
about?
away,
He's more dwarven than the king.
15.
That'll hit.
200.
All right.
Oh, wait.
20.
Sorry. 100 times 4. Sorry, that's 400. No, sorry, 50. That's right, 200.
We divided. We didn't divide the Hammer Elites. That's why they do so much damage.
Yep.
All right. They are already wavering. They have disadvantage on this. All right, so they fail. They are routing. I don't know a good symbol to put on this, so...
The panic one?
Yeah.
Well, those ones, I think... Are those the ones that you're targeting, or are you targeting these ones?
Actually, yeah, I'll target these, because the dwarf defenders will get an attack before...
Sorry, I thought you poked this one. My apologies.
No, it's all good. Yeah, we'll just go after this one.
All right. And your Dammerhall are probably staying put, so... Wave 2. You know, I broke them up into 2 command groups to try to mix it in, and then they just ended up going back to back.
I noticed that.
I tried.
I know. Every time I try that, it always works out that way.
This is why there's an argument to be made about fixed initiatives. Because then, as a DM, I could just write 1 is 3, 1 is 4, and then it actually does get broken up. But anyway.
What I've been tending to do now with other groups and stuff is I just roll 1 initiative for, like, if there's like 3 units, and I like do one of them +5 that, one of them -5 that initiative roll.
Yeah, they had a. Oh yeah, I guess that's the way to do it. It doesn't matter in this instance. In future, you'll have like actual enemy commanders and stuff like that.
I do advocate in the future for a house rule of just fixed initiatives of your culture bonus. Because like the vampire you ran, Gombo, that was constantly going last.
Yeah, despite the fact that despite the fact that I had like +10 to initiative and could move at Mach 7 or whatever it was.
Yeah, that's just silly. Your high initiative guys should go first. Like that's part of their combat.
All right, drums, boys.
Alright, we're gonna smack them.
Still a disadvantage, unfortunately.
Alright. 1d20 plus.
Speaking of, when they moved around, did those ones attack the defenders?
Oh yeah, good point. I forgot to roll that one. Hold your horses there, Thrum. Or
Yep.
Yeah, I was lost talking about initiatives and stuff like that.
Well, I'm here to help try to keep you on track.
Gold star.
Yay.
13 and a natural 20 they don't get to use.
Yeah. Thank God. More like womp womp, because I think they go off that 9.
Yep. To be fair, if they actually do hit, even their weakened group of 53, they've got a weapon damage of 5, so it'd hurt.
This is some pointy 6.
Yep.
Alright.
So these two groups are flailing away at each other. They cannot get rid of the wavering condition until they are no longer adjacent to an enemy unit. So
A whole lot of slap fighting.
Let's call that the meat grinder. Michael.
All right, hitting these guys with the archers and the rock hurlers there.
Do you want to use the rock hurlers on this one, see if you could finish them off? Or at least get them below 50, see if you can get them to rout? Because the dwarven defenders are at disadvantage, so might be good to help them relieve some of that pressure.
Okay.
Super strong. Don't worry about us.
I'll hit those guys with the rock lobbers then.
Man, if someone can invent a clothespin for all these dwarven
they miss
noses.
anyways.
Yeah.
And then with the archers on those guys I was talking about before. These guys.
All right.
Yep.
And I got a 1. So
They try
that's
to
my
put a little
turn.
I just imagine 100 dwarves firing crossbows, trying to arc it in, but they get the arc wrong, so they all impact on the ceiling. Do you think like bored dwarven guardsmen underground with crossbows do the thing that like middle schoolers do, where they're trying to throw pencils into the ceiling to make it stick? Except they're just crossbowing.
Hell yes.
Kenneth, after you attack, you might want to shift to the right, so on the next turn, the Dammer Guard can get up in there. Keep the clerics from getting too much damage on them.
And plus, then the clerics could move into a position to help support the dwarven defenders in the mines.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the ranged attack. So yeah, that'll hit. 80 damage. Kill 8 of them. Watch these be the pants shitting cowards. Yep.
Little bitches.
I just love this one. It's like, we still have 3 guys. We're good. And they're like, oh no, we lost 3 guys. We're doomed.
They took out the Bob and Tim of our group.
We still got most of George.
All right.
Someone takes a bite. Okay, half of George. Another bite. Okay, some of George.
Richard.
Gonna go for the ones in front of the Hammer Elite, which I think will just hit, and then we'll probably wipe them out again. 800 damage, so.
Well, 800 damage divided by 10 for 80, so no, they still have 20 of their dudes left.
Gotcha. Oh yeah, because the other ones were wounded before, huh?
Mm-hmm. But they
Yeah.
have to do they have
That's
to do a
it.
disadvantaged morale check with a -1.
Yeah.
Wow.
Dichotomy of dice.
We got the important parts of George.
Then the other people that were from the elites, we have none of George left. And the other ones, I think, are just gonna chill.
Yeah. Hindsight, you might have wanted to broken up those Hammer Elites and get the defenders together.
Well,
I think it's nice, basically one-shotting armies.
Mm-hmm.
they are the elites for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
Also, these are trogs. So.
Yeah. Yeah, notice how they don't have any ranged weapons. You'd be a lot less smug if they had a line of crossbow people right back here raining death.
Mhm.
Right.
Very sure. Yeah, I'll take a shot at this less
53 one.
dude. Yeah.
53 one? Yeah.
24.
That'll hit.
For 200 damage.
Okay.
That would be melee attack diagonal. It's good to know.
What?
Oh no, that was a
No,
range.
That was a
regular attack.
Quarrelers.
Yeah, no melee attacks diagonal, but you can range attack it, so.
Oh, right. That was Fergus's range attack.
Mm-hmm. All right, so they're routing.
And Dammerguard moved, and that's it.
All right.
We might want to start next turn. Start shifting both of the Quarrelers back down to the
Yeah, I
aid
agree.
of the south.
Yeah, and once we got this flank, we might want to have Thrum's guys pull back Hammer Elites going in to clear the tunnels.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
But Thrum can also give his defenders bonuses, but the defenders are probably the weakest unit we have on map.
They just have the ability to prevent them from having a normal attack because they can impose disadvantage.
Mm-hmm. The big thing about the defenders is also on the kingdom management standpoint, they are way easier to produce quickly.
Mm-hmm.
I would, do the Hammer Elites, send those in the tunnels to take care of the ones crawling through there.
But yeah, Thrum's troop there is also nice though because they can hold the line better until they get there.
One thing to consider also is if they're coming through towards us, we could have the Dammerguard here, and the Elite Hammers basically just turn this area into just a giant kill zone as long as they keep coming.
Well, if the Quarrelers can take out these ones in front of the Hammer Elites, I'll have them start moving down.
Yeah.
Also, with Thrum in there, they can increase the AC, right?
Yep.
I believe.
And even damage.
So,
Yeah.
Does that provoke them?
It does. I was letting you guys finish your discussion first.
Okay, sorry.
But that was why I was wanting Nolgrim on the Hammer Elites, because the hero points could really come in handy there.
Yeah.
All right,
You always
continue.
transfer.
Yeah, you can.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
Cope, you get a counterattack as they are full steam withdrawing. They could try to do the disengage, but they're in difficult terrain, so they wouldn't be able to move if they did. So,
is there any bonus when?
I think it's just the bonus that you get a free attack.
Yeah.
Yep, free attack. That will miss.
Terrible roll.
All right, and then one of them will attack the Hammer Elites.
They're at disadvantage, correct?
Yep, because they are wavering.
It's really bold. 20 guys out of 100.
That's the second time that you've done that.
One of
They're
one
like
of these
covering
days,
their faces and pointing their swords at them.
one of these days they'll hit, and then you'll see like 40 hammer elites die.
Yeah.
And...
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so that's all of them. I'm just gonna delete one of the initiatives next time around because it's just the same turn. Grum.
Just think about the PR if we get through this with no one dying.
Well, now a character has to die.
I am going to kill at least one dwarf in this fight. I swear to God.
No, you're not. Can this guy attack?
No.
No, not diagonal.
You can have him move here.
But that'll provoke, I think, because they'll be moving around the trogs.
Oh, that's fair. Yeah.
Could he move and attack in this round? Like, could he move up?
This is difficult terrain, so no.
He's going to sit here and yell obscenities about how badly these.
There's just one dwarf that's leading that group, just constantly screaming.
And they're gonna do this round.
Michael.
So neither of these two are being routed right now, right?
Nope. That's why I put all the little bobangle sort of things on them to make it visible.
Yeah. Although if your quarrelers can hit this guy up here, it'll eliminate them.
You're wavering, big red ass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. I will attack those ones in front of the hammers with the quarrelers, and then I'll attack these guys directly in front with the lobbers. So that's the archers?
That'll hit. Yep. I'll just take them out. I know you got it.
I remember it does 20 damage to them per, so.
Mm-hmm.
All right, then the rock lobsters.
That'll hit.
Da-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. Elite units, that's where it is. 15 weapon damage times
75,
5.
I think.
Yeah, 75.
So that kills 7 of them. Then their morale check at disadvantage, but with no modifiers. All right, they are routing.
They're like, no. I like how that's like the pussy bunch of all the trogs so far. Everyone else, yeah, we're down to like 10 men. We're still going strong. We've lost 15 men. That everything is over.
Do consider that they're the only ones not fleeing on their front line, and all that wrath that was previously spread out among the rest of the armies.
They turn their heads to the right, and they see the hammer elites with empty space and hammers at the ready.
All right.
So the city's difficult terrain, but
yep, that's not right. Let's just say no because it's in the tunnel. Yeah, you're good.
Then one last range attack, so that they don't change their mind.
I will say you can do that, but I'll just say you have to probably change your facing like this for that to make sense, since your butt's hanging out the tunnel. That'll hit. Also another 8. They're already routing, so I'm not going to roll. Richard.
Okay. Hammer elites are just going to start shuffling down. Next turn, if you want to have Nolgrim swap into them.
Yeah.
The other ones, there's some trogs coming, so they'll just hold strong.
Okay. Nolgrim.
Let's see. So Dammerhall will take a swing at these guys. 22. So 30 times 5, 150.
It's 15.
I forget, if they're routing, do they still get an attack if you move?
Yeah.
Okay.
I believe so.
Okay, then I'll hold my movement.
Yeah, it's just on their turn. They have to run as fast as they can.
And then Quarrelers will take a shot at them as well.
Yeah, because this is all happening within the same 1 minute.
Before you have them take a
span.
shot, do you want to just have them start moving to instead of that, or do you want to have them attack? Because we probably start.
That's fair. Yeah,
down here.
Yeah, they're on their way out, so yeah, I'll go ahead and adjust their facing.
Yeah, the defenders and the Dammer guard are probably going to be plenty to watch the north at this point.
Yeah, that's fair. All right. That'll be my turn. Oh yeah, if I could transfer at this point, Nolgrim move to the Hammer Elites.
Yep, you can just collect your token over there. That's traditionally something done at the start of your turn, but that's not an issue because you didn't use any of your abilities anyway. So
yeah.
I think that rule about doing it at the start of turn is just there so you don't do, I attack with this unit and you get 0 points. Then I run over here.
Yeah, that's why I didn't use any. Well, one of the reasons I didn't use any abilities.
All right. So let's do some quick morale checks for these bozos.
Well, I think they're already fleeing right here.
Yeah, no, the northern ones up here.
Oh, okay.
Because they get a couple morale checks to see if they can not want to run away.
Do Rick Grimes come back after they've collected?
They had to get a running start so they can pick up some speed.
Hey guys, I've checked the back door and everything's okay.
It is just not rolling those for me for some reason.
Let's roll 20s. Do you want to try rolling an attack of opportunity against these guys as they try to?
Sure.
Leave? See if that. Well, that went through.
Sometimes roll 20 just has a brief little brain fart.
Mm-hmm.
There we go.
There.
Okay, so one of those Trogs units, you know what? Just because it's been the comedy, the 33 one is like, nah, man, we're still in this thing, and they're no longer routing.
Hell yes.
They psyched themselves up as they were retreating.
Though I guess I'm impressed by your 3 consecutive nat 20s.
I know.
I think that 11 did hit, so I think it's 150 to these guys as they're running.
Yep.
All right. And all right. Rum.
Looks like Thrum's just big chilling.
All
All
right.
Yep, I'm going in.
Oh, he's going
never
in.
Mind.
Uh-oh. He's going over.
Who let Thrum lead defenders of all things?
He got tired of waiting, man.
That's what I'm saying. Who let Thrum lead the defenders?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I think that's part of the way you can make this fun is also by making very in-character decisions.
Yeah. I'm bored.
Thrum's
Let's kill.
done, he's had no combat. He's ready to go.
All right. Well, I am not in range of anyone, and this is kind of my best position to be in because I can target troglodytes coming from up there, over here, and here at the same time. So I think I mean, if anyone has any suggestions, I'll take them. But I think I might just not be doing anything this turn.
If you want to shift down, that would allow me to. Well, so what position do you think I should put my quarrelers in so they similarly have? I guess I probably just move it here, and then we basically have both faces covered.
Yeah,
Well,
and then
if
if
you still got.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can still cover this area here if you're the next
Okay.
face over.
Okay. Although, yeah, that'll work.
I will change my facing though to this way.
Yeah.
But that's it. Probably. It doesn't really matter. Those guys are coming back, but I think they'll be able to handle it. So I'll change the facing on that one too. Assuming I can do that. Can I do that for this one?
I think we just
Do
can't
what?
move them from the space they're in for the rock lobbers.
Yeah, you can change the facing all you want.
Okay, cool. Just making sure.
And I think you can fire a shot at this guy if you haven't already.
No, its
no.
its reach is up to there.
Oh, sorry, I was referring to the quarrelers.
Their range is
Corkler is only a 3.
Their range is 3. Yeah. So.
Are they? Okay. Oh yeah, 3 spaces. Okay.
All right. Haskell.
Well, that guy's pretty much where he needs to be. Probably have to shift him north once they get closer, but I'm gonna go ahead and move. I guess I'm gonna do the opposite of what I did last turn and fire and then move south 1, assuming that doesn't count as difficult terrain either.
Yeah, we need to start moving most of our guys over this direction because we're gonna have these guys coming out of this hole.
Yeah, I was hoping Cope would move his units south to bolster this side, but he's doing Leroy Jenkins style.
Yeah, Thrum is doing Thrum things. It's gonna suck because I'm gonna be going in there and they're not gonna be able to get through the hammer elites, so they're gonna be fucked.
Or you could send the hammer elites around to flank, but
I mean that's probably what's gonna have to happen.
All right. Richard.
Well, for the hammer elites, at least for now, they're just going to double move to here.
Mm-hmm.
And the defenders are going to stay put.
Okay. Nolgrim.
We'll start with the quarrelers. Take another shot at these guys in case they do decide to turn around.
Gotcha.
Just for good measure.
Yeah. That'll miss.
All right. Don't forget to adjust your facing just in case.
Oh, yep.
I don't think it'll matter on this, but you never know in future battles.
For sure.
Get in the habit now.
Yeah, and I think the Dammerhall are just going to stay there because their movement's kind of limited.
Yep. Trogbog's turn.
The 33s are coming back strong.
They're in it to win it, bruh.
Wait, how'd that guy move across?
What do you mean?
He just moves straight ahead.
Yeah, it's tunnels.
They don't have the ability to attack.
But he has to go. Yeah.
Yeah, he can't attack right now, but.
Yep. Upon.
Yeah, Thrum, you may want to pull back because.
Well, now he'll get an attack. He does.
Back.
No, because he's not face to face.
No one's in this space, so he's still good to move until.
That's one of the reasons I asked if the tunnels were accurate.
Okay.
If they're accurate, then that's the only space he could be attacked from. If they're not, if they're representative.
They're representative.
Yeah, I would say move these guys out and then do the switcheroo with the hammers or the Dammer Guard, but probably the hammers because they're closer.
But will Thrum make that decision?
We'll see.
Well,
Thrum, I imagine will not.
That's the order.
Once he sets his ass right there, he's going to battle.
You hear the stench of Trog.
I don't know if Nolgrim could have runners sending.
What did I was going to say they smell so bad you can hear it.
God forbid.
I mean, I don't know if there's any way I could send a missive
Thrum
runner
wouldn't listen anyway.
from the war
No.
theme. Okay.
This is Fog of War, my friend.
It's been
Fair.
he has heard more all around him and not gotten to
That one's still
participate
routing.
in any of it.
This is
Yeah,
why we
fucking-
didn't make Thrum the war thing.
That one's still
If
waving.
he gets units killed, Nolgrim's not going to be happy.
Is that what you're gonna tell the widows?
I mean, he has 7. Like he has like 7 evil X's. He doesn't care about widows.
He doesn't care about widows.
I need to adjust your face in though.
All right, you gonna
And I
rotate
am
and attack?
correct that he can only be attacked from that direction, right?
No, it's representative, like
So-
Kenneth was asking, so it can move here.
So as long as there's things designed to look like tunnels, you can go
Yeah.
through those spaces. So you
It-
can go
it
here
would-
now. if
Yeah, it
you're-
would just take too much time for me
Oh,
to map out each
so-
individual.
So
no.
you could have stayed down
Wait,
there and attacked
Yeah, no, that
cross.
changes a lot.
Oh,
You said the
yeah,
tunnels
that
were
changes
accurate
everything.
before.
Sorry,
so that would-
I misunderstood. No, don't wind it back that far. Come on.
Well, no, he was right here, so yeah, he would
Yeah.
move back there because that's
I mean,
crazy.
we were completely under a different impression of how these tunnels worked.
yeah. I thought because your tunnels were all connected within spaces and none went through diagonals. I just thought that's
I think
that they were-
I think the intent is they were visual representations of
Okay,
which
so-
tiles had
Yeah.
tunnels. So like these two, obviously, you can't move through
Throne
anyway.
Right,
is
that's what I was-
here.
Yes.
Okay, so Throne is right here. And
Mhm.
on this move, given that I didn't know that there was a tunnel coming in there, can Thrum back down to right here
Okay.
without being attacked on just this turn? Without
I think it'll
withdrawing-
provoke if you move
Well,
down.
knowing now what we know, but just skipping that rule for one round in the tunnels.
I guess,
The
yeah.
first-
This is
I don't
whether or
think
not the
first
GM's
encounter-
willing to.
I think
let
just
his-
either take the attack or stay put.
Yeah,
Honestly.
it,
You don't
it
have to
could
fight.
be
What I'm
argued
saying
as
is that
Thrum's over
I
eagerness.
will say the
Richard, be
defenders
quiet. What
have
I'm
a
saying is
reaction.
the combo is now that we understand, or now that I
Okay.
understand what I didn't understand before. Would you let him retreat with a withdrawal action and not have an attack instead of going forward? Now that I understand that those two connect, and
I would just like to clarify a quick point here. So these troglodyte units have a singular +4 to hit. Dwarven defenders have a baseline 16 AC, with a reaction to add additional AC up to 18, I believe it is. And
I
then
think they
Thrum,
can impose disadvantage. can't they?
Disadvantage.
or, sorry, you can impose disadvantage.
Yeah.
And then Thrum can spend up to 4 hero points to make it AC 20.
Mhm.
You
Yeah,
have,
that's what I-
and you guys are definitively winning this battle.
That's
Like,
what I'm saying. Just
There's
Yeah.
every
Think
chance
just-
I'll
when I
just
thought I could block off the wall up there, that's totally what I was gonna do. When I could,
I rolled a 9. Do whatever you want.
One attack.
All right.
When I have
Go,
one
Drum, just
attacker
go.
at a time.
It's-
Go.
It's
Nope,
done.
you've already won the argument.
I rolled a 9. You're fine. Do what you want.
All right.
Enough of this bargaining over this.
All right, he's right there.
No, it's fine. I should have explained that a little bit clearly, but at the same time, I'm like, it's a 9. You're good. They whiffed.
Hmm.
All right. Michael, don't have targets on anything else yet. So I guess Pascal.
What?
You wouldn't have been able to reach anybody unless you wanted to move your unit.
Unless you want to move, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask everyone, but
Oh, sorry.
I mean, you're still within range. Like you're in the perfect space to attack them once
Yeah.
they get into the
They'll
trench.
be
Yeah.
in range in next turn unless you want to move
Because you won't be able to.
You do you.
You wouldn't be able to move.
The only thing I could think of is if you wanted to move here to get more reach down south if they try to go around, because the north is pretty much taken care of now.
If you do that.
yeah, but I think I'm gonna keep I was thinking I'm gonna keep these guys here because these 33s are coming back.
I think you're good there.
All right, so then yeah, let's just continue on with the next turn.
Hey, sorry, shouldn't have rushed that. It's on me. Taskell, you moved everything, so you good?
Yep.
All right, Richard.
Do we want to have the hammer elites start going into the caves, or do we want to have them?
Let's have them go into the cave because
So
with
they'll
Nolgrim
be able
on
to
there.
get to hear this turn, and they'll be able to swap next turn, hopefully. So, and these dwarven defenders, I'm just gonna have them move up one.
Okay.
That's it.
Nolgrim.
All right. Have the Coilers fire at the 33 unit.
Do they have the reach for that?
3, right? 1, 2, 3.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
For some reason, just the angles and stuff. I always kind of get it.
Yeah, it's all pretty abstract.
Probably
Little
gonna
bit.
miss. Yep. All right. And Dammerguard will. We'll have him just shift here.
I was gonna say
Yeah.
have them shift up the other direction in case the trogs become an issue over there, but you're good.
Well, yeah, because they
we have the
still
dwarven
could.
defenders over
Yeah.
there.
They
They can
either
have.
way.
They can continue their slap fight with those guys.
Either way, they could get here in a single turn anyways with the double move. So.
Yeah.
And that'll be the turn.
All right. All right. These ones here have left, so I'll just not roll for them anymore. And no one has anything that can attack, so I'll just roll a morale check for that last routing one. Hey, pulls it together. All right. Drum.
Shift over and continue your slap fight.
Can he move over on this side?
Yeah, I'll say yes.
I think we've been operating. The outskirts of the town aren't difficult terrain. So.
That's how we've been operating.
Holy shit! Can I get lower? None of my units have made contact yet. So can this guy move over here?
Those two.
Move.
Yeah.
I would have them move down.
It will get another attack from the troglodytes as you pull back, though.
But we need to do that so the hammer elites could get in place.
Well, can he move to the side? So
no, those rocks, those two squares
don't have tunnels in those spaces.
Yeah. So the tunnels aren't literally the only tunnels there. They're just a symbol to represent the system of tunnels. Yes. So every square that has a tunnel on it is just where the system of tunnels is. They all connect.
But like these two spaces have no tunnels, so they cannot be moved through. And then that one we get an attack on him as he's running. So
and same here. They can't get out through there.
Correct. I apologize if that was unclear. I'll do better about Matt making
it. Makes sense once we understood.
Yeah, it was. But the thing that just confuses Kenneth asked, are the tunnels literally there?
Yeah, and then when
I
we
think
heard
it was just
I
confusion. The definition.
Yeah, it was just some wires.
He uses big words, and I just can't follow.
Hey, 22. First hit of the trog.
They're gonna kill some dwarves.
But you do have the option for defense.
Oh yeah, reaction.
Ron wants to use all 13 points to be in defense.
Well, I'm just gonna say you can impose a disadvantage on them, so they have to swing a second time to see if they hit.
Yeah.
Nope, I just used the number 13.
Invoked the number 13. Good for you. Okay, so the disadvantage.
You invoked the number 13. Honestly, though, Gumbo, just for the future, it honestly probably wouldn't be that hard to make them all connect. I think you're missing like 1 or 2 tunnels on here that would make them all connect.
Probably. It is like an hour and a half before game time.
Well, now that we know now that we know what we're doing and what we understand,
it's my fault. I didn't hear and understand before, because I think Kenneth asked the question and clarified, and I wasn't paying attention, so it's my fault.
Yeah, I think I asked if they were accurate, and he said yes, and then later on, like, wait.
Yeah, I think when you asked if they were
misunderstanding.
accurate, I thought you were maybe asking if the entire pillar was difficult terrain. I'm like, no, just the spaces with the tunnels.
You know what's going to happen? We're going to kill the shit out of all these troglodytes, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah. You still haven't hit. I still haven't hit anything.
Yeah. We're good.
I haven't gotten my nut here, so, like...
We're good. I was gonna have fun with Thrum trudging off into the breach, but
until you realize, I'm in danger.
Honestly,
until everybody was like, "Don't do that! Don't do that!" And then the troglodytes started coming through the walls, and he was like, "Whoa, this is a bad idea."
Oh yeah,
I have noticed a fundamental issue though. We're all gonna have to shift down one, and it's gonna provoke an attack as we go because there's some other trogs coming out.
Your mama.
This is an important thing if you guys can help me remember. It wouldn't have affected that last roll ultimately because the numbers. But when you about face and run away like that, you are technically exposing your flank, so they would get a +2 for a flank attack as you run away. You guys get the exact same thing. Now that wouldn't have affected the numbers on this last troglodyte attack at all, so it doesn't matter. But just, I'm putting the rules out there so we can all try to help remember.
Yep. Good to know.
All right. First one is the archers against the troglodytes who are in our trench there.
Mm-hmm.
That will definitely hit.
Oh, yeah. So that's, we've pretty thoroughly established that's 20. Yeah. Now roll their morale. Nope.
All right.
Swear to God, I'm going to just hit one of you guys, and it's like all the defenders are going to die, and you'll be all like, oh no.
All right. Lobbing some boulders at that same one. For 14 for
That'll
75.
Yep, so 7 more.
All right. Taskell.
Mm-hmm.
The smelly defenders.
Seems like a good use for that other their magic strike.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that's just
120 damage.
Nope, 18, so they're fine. I have it copy pasted. I didn't feel like just eliminating the second one, so just look at the first one.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And then I imagine you probably want your defenders to do something?
Probably should. Let's see if this will work. Have it as keep lowest 2, but it's been a minute. Yep. Kept the 6 out of the 2 rolled for a total of 10.
All right, so that will miss. Richard.
Well, these ones are going to move to here, but that's all they can do this turn. They can't attack this turn because it's difficult terrain and all that.
No, you may want to leave them there, or where they were, because
flanking.
Okay.
Well, not only that, but since you're not going to be able to attack on if you move, either will they. So at least this gives us a chance to attack first.
Yeah, that's fair. I'll just retool their line of sight.
Yeah.
Facing, but yeah.
Yeah. You know what I meant.
Yep.
The dude's got good block.
Let's see.
Yeah, no.
Should I use the opportunity now to move down so they don't get attacked?
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah, so
you got
no
one there to block that one once it gets into the trench.
Yeah, but we're gonna have to move everyone down like this eventually because.
Yeah, but that third one is like 3 turns away from even getting into the trench.
So. I'll stay here then.
And we got one shaken already. We might have him routing next turn.
Okay, yeah, I'm good then.
Oh, and either way, even if you shift down, you can still move and attack. If you on your next turn, if they're in the trench.
Yeah, either way, I'm fine with what we are.
All right, Nolgrim.
I'm just saying the Trogs haven't displayed any tactical brilliance. They're just charging in.
I'll attack this guy again.
All Archers.
19. That'll
That's
be
it.
another
Solid
20 damage.
Units. Yep.
So remember when Cope said he invoked 13?
Cope is our 13th reason.
So Dammerhall will shift there to have a little bit more flexibility in combat.
How dare you insult
Defending
their
this point.
tactical brilliance? They're being led by the smartest troglodyte to ever live. Well, he's eating the most brains. We think that's the same thing.
His name is Trogathy.
Napoleon Trogapart.
All right. Gonna fucking hit some dwarfs, swear to God. Okay, so this disadvantaged one is going to attack Kenneth's defenders.
Swing and a miss.
So it's
swing and a miss.
it's D20 KL. Works
KL.
like
Yeah, I believe so.
KL1.
Swing and a miss.
Is it K1, not KL?
No,
I don't know what
it's
K1
Keep lowest.
Keep lowest is KL.
Oh, keep L. Okay. Oh,
Let's
keep
see if this
one. Yeah,
works.
something different, I think.
Swing and a miss.
they're a swing and a miss.
Well, you only rolled 1d20 there.
Oh,
But they're at disadvantage, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're
no,
so if that
advantage,
misses, they miss.
It's still a miss, but yeah.
yeah, it still misses. Yeah,
Yeah, I did 2d20 keep
Yeah.
lowest one.
ungoobered it. All right, it's now the moment that you've all been waiting for. The 13.
Watch them just say it, send it.
Swing and a miss.
Double natural 20s.
And if any unit's going to hit right now, I want it to be that one.
Don't. They got a 3.
I'm trying to get through this with no dwarfs dying.
Me too.
I just
I'm
want
hoping.
one hit.
I'm trying to
Even if it's only
flawless.
one dwarf, damn it.
I'm trying to flawless mode this encounter.
You get like 70% of your I need to check it out, but if you win, you get like 70% of your casualties back. I'll double check percentages, but
Well, if we have no casualties, that means
Yeah.
you get extra units.
Noldrum was buried.
That's how a post-war baby boom works.
Throw him
From-
attack. Go ahead and attack.
You have two defenders now. There has to be at least one of these hit, right? Thrum.
He's attacking the Magic 13, and he will kill them all.
Well, that one doesn't hit.
Or
Yeah,
completely miss.
because it's disadvantaged, and the one with Thrum is also disadvantaged. Unfortunately, setting up the Hammer Elite.
But you
Hammer
can
won't have
add
to
up
do
to
it.
Wait a
plus
minute, I get
4 to your
another attack
roll.
for these guys. I mean, these guys get an attack roll, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So,
Mhm.
and remember, you could add a plus 4 to the up to a plus 4 to the
Alright,
roll, so
and
you
this
get
is
actually.
Yep, this is a plus 4 on this roll. But
That
it's at a disadvantage,
Disadvantage. Yep.
right? Boom.
Okay.
Hey,
that
you actually hit
hits.
it. And I think it's 200 for those, so I think that's just the same as the archers.
Mhm.
So,
Thrum killed 20 men this day.
some combat.
Okay, they have disadvantage on this morale because enemies got one of their exposed sides. Yep.
We got different definitions of man. This is more like killing like some wild coyotes or something.
Well, and he did say that they're largely malnourished and been fleeing for a while, so I am glad that our troops are able to withstand.
Yeah, this is one of those.
a
This is one of those
malnourished-
fights that if you win, it's like, yeah, of course you won. But if you lose,
Yeah, exactly.
These are
That's why we're
strong
hoping for a flawless victory, just to show that
I found cartoon Thrum, guys. Anyone who's seen this video or the picture of this guy knows exactly what it's from.
God.
I killed 50 men.
Michael, your turn. You got lots of targets.
Do you have the leg of Santa Anita?
Sandy Andy's leg.
Michael, who are you attacking?
All right. I am. Oh, give me just a second. Okay. So we don't have that one routing yet, do we?
No.
No, he's just shaken or whatever they call it.
So you guys think it's
shaken? It's all good.
It's best to attack this one?
I say one on each.
Okay, I'm gonna attack these guys with the archers here.
The third one does get down into the trenches. Definitely pound them, but that's still at least 2 turns off.
Yeah. That's a miss.
Miss.
So I think I'm going to attack the same one with the catapult. Because I'm trying to see if I can get him to route.
Yep.
Barely miss.
Yep.
You never. I was going to ask something, but I was like, wait a minute. Frey didn't come with us because I was like, wait, she's not on any of these units.
Yep.
Yep.
But hey, this way at least characters can logically roleplay staying at home to manage their projects, but you, the player, can still control and do stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for sure. Just don't get the bonuses from it, but that works.
Daskell.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's go ahead and do the defenders first. Nice, 13 to 15.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's a disadvantage and still hits.
Mm-hmm. More chunky salsa.
Oh, they still got their 3, though.
Yep. And then what your clerics doing?
Yeah, that is the choice. Some like disadvantage on their melee saves, but
yep.
Start whittling that one down.
I mean, Daskell hasn't even used any of his hero points yet.
Or do you want to use your? Do you still have your second arcane strike?
I used it as
okay.
Closing in.
Okay.
It occurs to me, you probably. I realized looking at the rules now, you could probably use hero points to boost the damage of arcane strike because you are a cleric.
Mm-hmm. Would have been nice, but that would have only really.
Yeah, it would have been a small amount.
Points per strike, but or per point. But anyway, I guess I'll try to whittle the other one down, and I miss anyway.
I fired and I miss.
I appreciate, Richard, that you also find that Ingram's video thing funny. I've tried showing it to people and they don't get it, and I think it's hilarious.
I mean, like I've shown it to my wife. She doesn't really have any context of it, but it's still funny to her.
Yeah,
that one and the Yoda jokes one is really good.
Mm-hmm. Fired, then I missed, then I had a popsicle, and I got real sad.
Fired both times. I missed both times. Then I had a nap, and I got up and fired, and I missed.
Then I ate another popsicle.
Anyway, so I don't have disadvantage on this attack. Does he have to add to hit before I roll, or I'm not sure how the hero points work on this one.
So he can add it before the roll, or he can add it to damage. He can technically do both, but he can only spend a total of.
I would say add 4 to attack. As long as we hit. So yeah.
Because if I hit, these things are going down.
So. Yeah. So add 4 to the attack,
and you get a +2 for hitting an exposed flank.
Okay. So okay. Yeah.
It would be. I rolled it. I had a +11. Otherwise, this would have.
Yeah, it would be impressive if you missed.
So that'll kill those ones because 800.
You are at disadvantage, right? Because the stink.
Yep. Because the dwarf defenders attacked first, so it opened it up for us.
I got you.
Also, I rolled a 4, unless I got another one lower, which is entirely possible if I had disadvantage. I'm not going to test these waters right now.
Mm-hmm. It's painting those tunnels in Shroud.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah,
the smell's never.
The smell is awful.
That smell. We're gonna like block off these caves because this smell is never leaving.
Mm-hmm.
And then, did you want your defenders to lay into the 88?
Yeah. These will be a I roll 6 first anyway. So
Yep.
misses.
If Nolgrim.
Let's see, 1, 2, 3. So I can't help anybody on this flank. So I'll go ahead and fire at these.
Oh, yeah, they're a little farther out, huh?
Yep.
Over the 13.
Hey, they're gone.
200 damage.
And thus, Cope's defenders, who've been slap fighting with this group from the beginning, have been thoroughly cock-blocked.
Now you probably should have the Dammer Guard start heading back to Turks.
Oh, I totally forgot.
They
that
have
this unit
received
was up
no
here and no longer
injuries.
routing, so sorry.
We commanded them to be a shield wall the entire time, and they performed as such.
Yeah, it's their job. They're defenders.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're meant to take up space and hold ground.
Yeah,
To be
they
fair,
did that
a
very
group
well.
a group of 100 of them hit fairly hard.
Yeah, but 50 has been a great shield wall because, they're just stopping all these advances. So the Dwarven defenders are definitely living up to their role.
All right, so
Beers around, ales around, dwarven ales around. When we finish this,
Yeah, they're trying to go wide.
are those motherfuckers coming back?
yeah, these ones won their internal morale, and they came back.
You have a second chance, Dwarven defenders. Go
Who are
get
these fucking idiots?
The best of
Literally
us. Go.
sweeping the troglodyte bodies off of the ditches, and we look up, and these guys are charging back in.
They have to be tired by now. Send in more men.
So I think we're at a position where we may want to shift this, where we could
right.
take the withdrawal and just shift them down one to allow the conga line to proceed.
Yeah.
All right.
It'll have to be on my turn that we start that, though.
Yeah.
All right. So first up, the 88 are going to attack defenders. 15 will miss.
Yep.
And the shaken ones will attack the blue defenders. Lowest is 17.
So that actually hits.
That actually hits.
I'll use my reaction to.
They already had disadvantage.
Yeah, they already
Heal.
had this.
No, this
They
is my
cure?
cleric's reaction. Yeah.
Oh.
So that's nice.
Reduce damage taken to that unit by 4 times number of clerics. So
All right.
80?
Well,
80.
all right. So let me calculate their damage real quick. They have 5 weapon damage times 53. Thank you, calculators. And then you said minus 80 damage?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Almost like, let me kill one dwarf.
It's 185 damage, and then you divide that by the defender's health. And that's how many units are lost.
That's after the
So-
reduction of the 80?
So
That's
105.
after reduction of the 80.
Oh. Okay. So 18
And
units
HP,
lost.
Yeah, 18.
Yeah, before the subtraction of the 80, it was 265
Mhm.
damage.
Good use on that cure.
Yeah. As I said, if that 100 units of trogs have hit on their initial
Yeah.
charge,
Yeah.
it would hurt.
Yeah.
But that's everything.
That's why after everyone said they had a speed of one, I'm like,
And now,
yeah, no, we want these defensive lines.
perform a morale check for those defenders. You should see on their sheet a morale bonus. It's just a DC 20 plus, or D20 plus that, shooting for DC 10. Okay,
19.
they're not wavering. So you were good. It would have been a shitty tutorial fight if you didn't do half the tutorial.
Out of curiosity, oh no, never mind.
Oh.
The hero points wouldn't apply to that cure.
No,
No.
Yeah.
no, because
Yeah. No, I remember what they could be used for. So
Drum
All right, so this fellow
jumping on the
So-
stink grenade.
Oh, it's very smelly.
Come on, you can get a double natural 20, I believe.
All right, still disadvantaged.
Yep.
Nope.
Goddamn.
Nope.
But you're making way for the heavy hitters to do what they need to do.
Yes, but my butt is in the way for the butts to kill the butts. These fellows over here, indeed, buttresses, flying buttresses, if you will. These fellows will. Do we want to pursue? No.
I'm gonna just shift over one.
They're
so
coming.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll shift over one in case orange dot fellows want to shift over.
Yeah, the Dammer Guard might honestly want to start heading this direction to start supporting.
I will.
Move along. These fellows have held this line
for the past 20 minutes
without being hit or hitting anyone else. In fact, the compliments exchanged amongst both parties were very
Freya.
complimentary.
Yeah, Michael, light it up.
Okay, I'm going to move these guys down one.
You're not going to attack?
No, I'm also going to attack.
Well, it's difficult terrain.
Yeah.
You have to use your action.
Yeah, you can't move and
too.
attack in the city.
I will say it does not affect this fight, but being in the city would also give you cover against ranged attacks. I just never brought it up because the enemy has no ranged attacks.
Yeah.
That's good to know, though.
I mean, at the expense of probably civilian buildings are getting blown up instead of you.
Yeah,
but...
yeah.
You can shoot this one to try to route it, see if it'll run away, so we'll have less to deal with.
Yeah, I guess that's what I'll do.
Because we're all going to have to start making a break for it to free up some space.
Well, it misses. Come try with the catapult. Catapult
That'll
hits
hit.
for 75.
All right.
So below half.
Hanging in.
They're like, we got this.
Otherwise, there's no eating tonight. Literally none. I mean, to be fair, they did just get first blood.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Another good
And
roll.
then just probably annihilated. Let me see.
It's not 200, so it doesn't take 20 of them, but it does. I guess that would just be 12 of them.
12. Yep. Yeah. Seems like for the most part, if it's like a triple digit number like that, I can just take the last one and turn it to a 0 and then divide by 10.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they got 10 hit points or so.
Yeah, for them. All right. And then your clerics
provide some more covering fire. So 8 more off of that one, I guess.
Yep. I'll do the morale check. Okay. Now they're routing. All right, Richard.
Okay. First, those ones that are in the cave. Are you lending the +4 to hit again?
No, it's going to be a +2 to damage. See if we can't one-shot them.
I forgot this was a thing they can do. They can use a reaction to pivot their facing to not give you that +2 bonus. It's something you can do as well. I just kept forgetting it.
Okay.
But that consumes their reaction. So if like Thrum wanted to run away, they couldn't AOO him.
Gotcha.
Okay, so it'll just be a flat +5 to hit then?
Yep. Still high probability of striking true. Yep, that'll hit.
And so how does the damage add to it? Does that get 2 per unit that you add, or how does that
Yeah,
work?
just look at that base damage and then add 2 to it and then multiply it times the number that you have.
Oh, okay, so let me...
So 10 times 100.
Yeah, so 1,000. So they're dead.
Right. Yeah, they're dead.
And is it it'd be a difficult terrain to move down this way outside of the caves because we were just. Or no, we were in the cave, so that.
Yeah, you were in the caves. It definitely.
Yeah.
Still difficult.
I was like, wait a minute, no, I'm in the cave. Never mind. And the other ones are just going to try to swing at the trogs. Which will whiff.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe that's it. Or should I take the attack risk and move down? Or no, because their turn's coming up, so never mind. I'm good.
Nolgrim.
All right. Dammerguard are gonna shift over here.
Or you might need to have the Quarreler shift over too. I don't know if they can reach these guys yet.
I'll still have. I think I want
that.
them to take a shot at these guys. Three, so another 200 damage.
Attacking this one up here?
Yeah.
All right.
They're down to 19 men now.
And that's my turn.
Okay. So, first things first. Just going to keep going. Oh, right. I forgot to... All right. So these ones learned their lesson.
Like, you know what? Maybe coming back wasn't a good thing.
Those poor defenders right there. Just to see it turn out. Aww.
They're like, yes, we're actually gonna kill something.
This is our chance. We can finally do so.
Oh.
Just every time those arrows just drop down, like, come on.
And before they attack, I will impose disadvantage on these guys if they try to hit me.
Okay. So first things first, this guy's going to try to run. Can't take the disengage. So you can
get a free
your
attack.
Yep, Kath can get a swing.
Mm-hmm. This one wouldn't be a disadvantage because it'd be the second, or would it be the first?
Yeah, I mean, technically, this is a new round because this is 19 on the initiative tracker.
Yeah. So that's still a disadvantage, but 12
Yep.
hit.
Yeah, and you would get a +2 because you're hitting their flank.
Yep. So that's 12 more men.
Yep. And then this one's going to attack at disadvantage. Purple defenders. Wow. Big money.
I'm glad I told you that.
It's high roll, but they're chunky.
Yep.
And that's everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Those of you are outside, so not Thrum, you're fairly certain this one down here is just peeling out.
Yeah, it looks like they're heading down the tunnel towards our capital, which might not go good for them either.
Yeah. Let's try our luck with Dammerhall. There's only lost 90% of our army.
Thrum, I think, can't really go anywhere. He's kind of boxed in.
Yeah.
Just the dwarven defenders he's controlling, just kicking the rocks in the ground, be like, God damn it. All that smell and nothing to show for it. He did say he was on a bio run, so he might not be here.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
he also dropped call for a minute.
Might as well just let Freya go pew pew.
All right. Well, there's only one I can attack with both, so. First with the archers. Miss, and then with the...
Wait, so the archers haven't moved, so that's an additional +2 to the attack.
That's with the +2.
Oh,
that's with the plus. Yeah, they have a +2, and then they get the +2 for a +4.
No, they have a +4 to hit normally,
yeah.
and it's a +2 on top of that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because ranged attack +4 for the dwarf.
I think he's been looking at their melee attack bonuses plus.
I think he's been looking at their morale because the melee is +3.
That should be
yeah, that would hit that would hit with the archers then.
All right.
And it would hit with that, so that's 27 units they lose.
20.
Well, 20, and then the lobbers hit as well.
Oh, I got you. Yeah.
Right. -1s because the proximity of a routing unit.
Back.
All right.
They're red.
And they're wavering. You might be surprised to hear this, Cope, but the troglodytes are losing.
Holy shit. Raise all the flags. This is a amazing victory for the dwarves.
Dwarven defenders who could not hit anything under Thrum's command.
I think you weren't here at the time, Cope, but this group up here was trying to go back into the trenches to fight these defenders. But then arrows just fell on them when they were right there, and they just immediately routed again.
So the dwarven defenders are all ready to fight again.
I missed one turn, but must be. Then it is Thrum's defeat.
All right, Haskell.
Well, your guys were kind of just stuck smelling their own farts anyways.
No, they defended the entire country.
I mean, they were really defending that one crucial area that prevented them from crossing over, so they definitely did their job.
All right, so you can't attack, but you got them boxed in.
Mm-hmm.
But the clerics can attack, though.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, should have done that beforehand. Oh well.
Their goose is getting progressively more and more cooked.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So this is going to be the roll to see if this last one routes. If they are routing, I'm going to give you the exact same thing that the Total War games, where it's like, do you just want to clear the battle over, or do you really want to run these fuckers down?
Right.
But they are still in it.
They are not fucking around.
And we lost Cope again.
Uh-oh. Well, Cope's in it, it's fucking around.
Richard.
Disadvantage swing. Still hits, so that's 20 men on these troglodytes. Right here.
20 stink mans.
And this guy is just going to head down this direction for shits and gigs.
Yep. All right. Okay, now they're running. Yep.
Anyway.
And
Nope, that's where you're going to have your problem there. You can't let them get all escaping. They're just going to breed more, and they'll be back in a couple days.
Well, that would require food.
They'll eat each other.
The battle is concluded. Sorry, phlegm. And so is the session.
Mm-hmm.
Good job, everyone.
It's like a fucked up perpetual motion machine.
Out of curiosity, where are we on the actions for the season? Have we taken any, or was this battle Ulgrim's? Just so we know.
No one's taken anything yet. Okay. I believe that the three of you who are in this battle are not going to be able to take one because you got here early. So that's what these trenches and stuff are basically good for.
Okay.
Your mama.
I mean, to be fair, those trenches did help quite a bit.
Yeah.
And Ulgrim did, plan on spending his action doing this. So, yep.
Right.
But me and Freya will be able to have a time of our lives up there, just doing whatever we want with no other authority figures trying to tell us what to do. Just the youngins up there.
We come back, everything's on fire.
Why did Fergus ever come back?
Like Thoreau was like, this has been the nicest season I've had in literal years.
And Fergus, meanwhile, was like bathing on the rooftops. This is the nicest season I've ever had in years.
And they're gonna meet up again at each other, and they're just gonna immediately be like,
Damn it, why are you here? Damn it, why are you here?
Damn it, why am I here?
Damn it, why am I here?
Why am I here? I was outside. None of you
Why
are around.
are you
I was
here?
me.
Why
I
are
could
you
have
here?
ran.
I could have run and nobody could have found me.
Nah, you made like an oath to ancestors and stuff like that when you took up the axe.
Yeah, and we kept getting these reports.
Oh, what are they going to do? Haunt me?
Dwarf on a rooftop.
Nolgrim looks at you.
Yes. For 7 generations.
Also, because I'm keeping up the track with the stuff that I want to achieve in the campaign, you're all level 14 now.
Woo.
Except for Fergus, because he wasn't in the battle. I'm joking.
Awesome.
Welcome to D&D First and Second Edition.
Freaking, it was a TPK except for the rogue, so all the XP goes to the rogue undivided. That was so bullshit when that happened in a 5th edition game.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Oh, that happened in 5th edition?
Yeah, in 5th edition. In 1st edition, you can kind of like laugh it off because you're all first level and everyone's dying like in droves, so it's just kind of part of the game. And everyone levels up at different rates, so it's just kind of how it is.
That's how it was. Different power, different levels.
Honestly, I understand why they went to a standardized leveling up scheme, but classes leveling up at different rates actually meant counting XP was something that you should do as a DM and everything like that, because that was the currency. But
it made sense, and it was more like the one-off games Richard runs with the society.
Mm-hmm.
It was similar to that, in that it was supposed to be that you could balance into any game.
Yeah,
and it made sense at the time.
Yeah, as I said, I don't think it's a bad thing at all.
I like it.
Because it is, like you said, I think there was original design intention that you could save the same character in between campaigns and move between groups with that character and keep evolving it with the items. Like, that's kind of almost like a social faux pas with modern D&D groups. I mean, obviously with us, we all play together all the time, so we don't give a shit, but...
Yeah, I've not thought of it that way. That is how we... that's how it worked for our little group, but we didn't know anything other than this ancient 40-year-old was teaching us at the time, who led a church group and led a group at the comic book store, and was best friends with the comic book guy, and therefore had all of the knowledge in 1991